How many of those 7 originate today in Santa Fe County?
Maybe 1 or 2.
And from what facilities?
Either from St. Vincent's or it could be the Indian Health Services primarily.
I don't understand your answer. Did you mean that they're primarily from the Indian Health Service, or they're primarily from those 2 facilities?
From those 2 facilities, sorry.
And did I understand that some of your transports originate in Colorado?
It's very rare that they originate in Colorado. Normally it's from a facility in New Mexico going to Colorado.
Okay. So that's, so on page 3 of your direct testimony, you were asked, you said, we provide services in the municipal area and surrounding communities, including from Santa Fe to points and places in New Mexico and Colorado. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you're asked, how often do you provide such transportation services? And you answered 7 ambulance transports daily. And you're telling me now that those 7 ambulance transports daily were not specifically from Santa Fe to points and places in New Mexico and Colorado?
Correct. Those 7 transports daily can be from any of the counties that I had mentioned earlier.
Is there a reason why you didn't disclose that information, that the majority of the transports you were discussing were not Santa Fe County in your direct testimony?
I don't have a reason. I was just basically answering as to what we normally do with our Santa Fe base on a daily basis.
Mr. Archuleta, is the direct testimony you filed in this case identical to the direct testimony you filed in AMR's case, other than substituting the name Helios every place that AMR appeared?
Objection, relevance.
It's cross-examination. It's examination. I'm gonna, in the nature of cross-examination, I'll allow it. Overruled. You can answer, sir.
It's similar in many areas. It may differ in some areas, but it's very similar in my response, yes.
Do you recall what any of those differences are, other than the names?
Offhand, no, I do not.
Okay. Is it your contention that Superior is required to use the statewide ambulance tariff?
Could you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Is it your contention that Superior is required to use the statewide ambulance tariff?
No, we are not required to use the statewide tariff.
Okay. Okay, so why, do you recall testifying Superior cannot charge a different tariff?
Other than the approved tariff that we're operating in, that was the purpose of my statement. So you would agree that nothing prevents Superior from filing
to charge a different tariff, and if your evidentiary support is sufficient, getting a different tariff approved?
I agree.
Okay. Has Superior done any financial analyses in the last 10 years to determine the tariff it would be able to charge based on its own cost of doing business?
Yes.
When did you do that?
The last time we did that was about 3 years ago when this new state tariff was put in place.
And if you were to offer your own tariff, or if you had filed for your own tariff, would it have been higher, lower, or approximately the same as the statewide?
About the same as the statewide.
And above or below?
Probably just a little slightly above, but not much. In some areas of the tariff, in other areas of the tariff, we would have been right around the same. When we reviewed it, we felt that it was in our best interest to follow the state tariff.
Okay. You're an owner of Superior, correct?
Yes.
Are there anyone else, is there anyone else who owns any part of Superior?
No.
Do you recall what the company's profit was in 2019?
We were at about a 6% net profit.
And what does that translate to in dollars?
Around 830,000.
Do you also get, do you also draw a salary?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall what that is approximately?
Objection,
Yeah.
relevance.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain that one.
Mr. Lane,
830K, you made your point. I believe he's the sole owner. Played the business nets 830,000 a year. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
Mr. Lennon, he testifies that they can't compete on price. He says he can't compete. All he needs, the only thing he can do is have this commission keep out entrance. And I was trying to establish that with the profitability and with, I don't know what his compensation is, and I'd like to find out, but if you add those two together, it may be that they have room to reduce their prices and compete on that basis. And since he opened the door to that with his testimony about inability to compete, I believe it's a valid question, a relevant question.
Well, thank you for your argument. Is there any argument from Superior?
I made my objection. I do not believe his personal salary is relevant to the inquiry, and you've already ruled.
That's exactly right. Okay, so let's move along.
Okay. Do you know the factors that go into a healthcare facility's decision to select a carrier for an interfacility transport?
No, I don't.
If I suggested to you that the most important factors might be the availability of an ambulance and whether the company is minimally competent to do the transport, does that sound right to you?
I'm sure that's a consideration, yes.
Okay. You're concerned in your direct testimony about Helios taking some of Superior's business, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think Helios would be able to take Superior's business if Superior was meeting all of its customers' needs?
Well, in order for an ambulance company to sustain in that area and bringing in another provider into the marketplace, they're going to market the different facilities, the same facilities that I'm providing services for, and make promises of how they're going to meet their requests and needs. That's very similar to any other service coming into the marketplace. We're all going to go to the same customers we're all servicing and try to cherry pick or try to pick off a customer base in order to survive. And that's why I feel that another provider coming into the territory would affect Superior, because they are going to try to pick off some of the transports that we're currently doing.
And you think some of the facilities that use you would be interested in trying somebody else?
I have no idea, but there's always that possibility. That's the way I got into the business. That's the way most ambulance companies operate when they move into a marketplace.
Wouldn't you agree with me that in order for that to happen, there has to be some level of dissatisfaction with the incumbents?
Not necessarily.
So you moved into other markets in New Mexico and gained some market share where the facilities were perfectly happy with the incumbents?
That's basically how we came into the Santa Fe market years ago. It wasn't that they were dissatisfied with the providers. It was that we were sometimes more available, or that we could provide an advanced level of care that was not available at the time. It's a limited market, and it's just making yourself available, and you can sometimes pick off calls from other providers.
Okay, well, in your rebuttal, you stated Helios did not provide cost for fuel, supplies, and vehicle repairs.
I didn't see that in their financial projections.
Did you? Right. And that was your rebuttal testimony, that Helios didn't do that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to Helios. Do you have Helios's response to Superior's discovery?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you look at response to your interrogatory 23?
You said Helios' response to Superior's set of interrogatories.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
And it's interrogatory number 23.
Yes.
I had the wrong one open. Just a second.
Okay. Let's see. I could put it on the screen, I think.
I have it. Yes.
Okay, you have it, okay. And would you agree that Helios told you what its fuel cost was in that?
In their answer, yes, but it was not in their financial projections.
Okay. And how about, have you seen Helios's response to AMR's interrogatories?
I'm sure I did. I can't recall what is in those answers. I've only reviewed for this hearing Helios information.
Okay. Uh, uh, Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marks, this is Fred Maurer. I think you're breaking up.
Okay. Mr. Lennon, would it be possible for me to show my screen, to share my screen?
Well, you could present to the witness a document and ask him to comment on it if we were in
Yeah.
person. So, you know, it hasn't been admitted into evidence. So if you
No.
want to refer to it by showing it on a shared screen, that would be fine with me.
Thank you.
Thank you for
It
asking.
says it's disabled, if you could enable that.
Well, I guess you can't. I'm just kidding. Let me see if I can enable it. Yeah, I remember when I set up the hearing, I had that option to enable it or not. And I believe I didn't enable it. Hold on just a second. So try it now, Mr. Marks.
Okay. It says participant, no, doesn't want to let me do it. It's letting you do it.
I
Okay.
lost.
I'm trying, I'm back on the Zoom control, and I'm trying to frankly find the little box that I need to click to allow that.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is Jason, if I may.
Yes, Jason.
You would have to allow Mr. Marks to be a co-host, and then he could share his screen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Montoya. Let's see. I'll try to do it that way. Give me a second here. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm clicking away on
Yes, we can see you.
the website rather than the meeting page where I've been.
So Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you stop sharing your screen, go back to the normal view.
Oh, I see.
And at Mr. Marks's screen at the top right corner, you'll probably see 3 little dots. I think if you click those dots, it gives you options to make him a co-host.
You're great, Mr. Montoya. Glad you're on. That's the first I think we've heard of you while you were here. And Ms. Hoyman, you need not transcribe this conversation. All right, let's see here. Okay, Mr. Marks. I'm going to trust you to be a co-host and not change any of my crazy settings. Mr. Marks, try it now, see what happens.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Mr. Archuleta, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And I recall before we had technical difficulties, you did testify that you reviewed this discovery response when it came through. You didn't necessarily review it in preparation for today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that in response to AMR's discovery, Helios stated that its fuel and maintenance and tires and repairs cost us $1.20 per mile, and said it was indicated in their financial projections?
I would agree that it's in the answer. However, I'd still disagree that it was included in the financial budget reports.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Priestkop was testifying in the first session where he talked about the variable cost being in his financial projections in the line called cost of goods.
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Priestkopf's testimony and his discovery response here is accurate, would that change your testimony as to whether Helios included these vehicle variable costs in their financial projections?
I wouldn't agree. I believe that even looking at the line items, that they were still under projected quite a bit. So if he did include them in certain areas, it was really under projected for the operation. And so therefore I can't tell you whether they were included or not included. I think that in certain line items, they should have been higher. If he was including the maintenance and the fuel and everything in certain line items, it was not very obvious because they were very low.
Did you attempt any discovery on the bases for Helios's projections for its vehicle expense or its legal and professional expenses?
I missed the very first part of your question. It broke up. What was that?
Okay. Did you do any, well, we know you asked about our fuel costs in your discovery. Did you follow up on that in any further discovery?
No, I didn't.
And did you ask about Helios's medical director, pharmacist, or billing service cost in any discovery?
No, we did not.
Okay. Do you have exhibit, what's marked exhibit Helios 8?
Okay, I have it open. Yes.
Okay. And, oh, hold on here.
What's that entitled, Mr. Marks?
That is entitled Notice of Withdrawal of Intervention and Protest by Superior Ambulance Service in case 19-00056 TRM.
Thank you.
Okay. And is that a document that was prepared by your attorney and filed at your direction?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, it's a different case. Why is this relevant, Mr. Marks?
It's relevant to show that Superior and other parties in this other case reached a settlement in which they agreed to work together to keep out further competition in a different market. And
Sorry.
Yeah,
Objection.
thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maurer, and thank you everyone for not talking over each other. Not only does it help Ms. Hoyman enormously, it helps me and helps us all. And there's a certain protocol, a certain decorum on Zoom, and it's one of the necessities. I'm looking at it and trying to figure out why this is relevant. You know, even if that's what they did in that case, Mr. Marks, I'm still not sure why it's relevant, but I give you another opportunity to explain to me why you think it's relevant just because they reached a settlement in another case.
Mr. Lennon, it's relevant as to motive. In this case, that this industry operates on
Restriction to entry. I get that. I know
Yes,
the argument.
yeah.
I understand where you're going. I understand the case.
And this is their document, the settlement document I intend to attempt to admit with Albuquerque Ambulance, was attached to their pleading. This is Mr. Archuletta's company's pleading, and it's relevant to the practices in the industry, and for that reason, I move to admit it.
Okay, well, first of all, Mr. Mauer, you objected, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not relevant. Has to do with an entirely different case, entirely different set of circumstances. There can be no admission of this document without knowing the circumstances, the parties' needs, what happened, and why it was done.
And I would like to join that objection because the same objection will apply to another prospective exhibit being offered by Helios, which is the Albuquerque Ambulance Service notice of withdrawal in the Albuquerque Fire Department case.
Padilla,
Any
I
other
also join in the objection.
objection?
This is Ray Padilla. I also join in the objection.
Okay, well, I have it in my hand and I haven't read every single word of it. It's pretty short, just over 1 page. And then there is the attached settlement agreement, which looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. And I haven't read every word, but I just by laying my eyes upon it, I can easily see that it includes a lot of information. And unless there's an establishment that all of the information in this document is relevant, to admit it would be to allow an enormous amount of perhaps irrelevant information. And I think, Mr. Marks, you have an opportunity to cross-examine this witness and to establish your point. I understand your point completely that the objective is restriction of entry into the trade. You know, that's not a mystery to me. I don't need this document to establish that position. So I'm going to I'm going to sustain the objection, and this will be marked as not admitted. Thank you.
Mr. Archuleta, was Superior an intervener in case 19-00056, an application by Albuquerque Fire and Rescue for certificated authority?
Yes.
Okay. And did Superior protest and oppose that certificate initially?
Yes.
And did Superior join with, do you know if Albuquerque Ambulance also protested and opposed that certificate from the Fire and Rescue?
Yes.
Okay. And did at some point Albuquerque Ambulance, Superior, and Albuquerque Fire and Rescue come to an agreement to end the intervener's opposition?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did Superior withdraw its opposition to Albuquerque Fire and Rescue getting a certificate in Albuquerque?
Yes.
Okay. And in that settlement agreement, did the city of Albuquerque promise, as consideration for your withdrawal of intervention and protest, that the city will offer support to AAS in defense of AAS's ambulance authority in any future challenges by any third party that is not a party to this settlement?
Objection, relevance. What would he know about AAS's position?
I'll hear the answer. Go ahead, overruled. If you
Can
know,
you,
sir.
can you point me in the direction that you're reading from, or?
Yes, I'm reading the settlement agreement on page 2, small letter D.
Page 2, small letter D
D.
of the settlement agreement. Sorry.
I'll withdraw the question as it's not especially relevant to Mr. Archuleta's company. Was Mr. Archuleta, was Albuquerque Fire and Rescue intending to do interfacility transports with their certificate?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can you explain why Superior intervened in that case?
because we are the only other provider in Bernalillo County to have the emergency authority, and we wanted to make sure that our certificate was protected.
What portion of your business in Bernalillo County is pre-hospital transports?
Nearly all of the business.
I said pre-hospital, so not interfacility, but
Oh, I'm sorry. Very little to none.
okay. So the services that Albuquerque Fire and Rescue were planning to offer would not have interfered with your business model in Bernalillo County, correct?
Well, at the time of the application, they did not exclude the interfacility transports. Therefore, we intervened.
Okay. Nothing further for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Moving along, excuse me, let me find my notes. I had a sequence.
Examiner, this Ray Padilla, I note that it's 10:15.
Oh, I
I don't
see.
know whether you want to break every hour or whether you, I don't have a problem with continuing, but I just thought I'd remind you.
Thank you for the reminder. It is an opportune time. Does anybody need a bathroom break or coffee break?
Because of age, I'll take it.
All right, well, let's all take 5 then. My computer says 10:19. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner,
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to mention that I believe since you're the host, if you check on the security tab at the bottom of your screen, that you can allow people to share documents without making them a co-host.
Really? Okay.
I didn't want to insert myself in the record, but I just did for future reference.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Now, hold on a second. Don't leave me yet.
I won't leave you.
Okay, where is this security
The
tab
security
exactly?
tab should be at the bottom. I don't have it because I'm not the host, but where it says participant.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
You know,
It's a lot to learn, I know.
well, I've been learning for months and months now. You think I would have run into this before? Okay, there it is. Yeah, when I set up the meeting, I go through this checklist of what boxes to check off, and I don't know why I didn't check the share screen box when I was doing that. So I had done that previously and never had to change it during a meeting. So it's nice to know that I can change it during the meeting.
Good. Glad
Does it have anything about slapping everybody on the side of the head?
I wish it did.
I don't see that there on that list.
Okay. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, I hope you didn't record that on your transcript there, that last comment.
I did not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fred, is that your house or your office?
My office. Well, you've been practicing long enough. Might well be my house, as much time as I spend here. But my
So-
office,
Where's your office located? Are you downtown?
yep, 8th and Gold, Southwest.
Okay. I've never been there.
Still off the record. We are transmitting on YouTube, so joking commentary is to be minimized. Ms. Maggiore, can you hear me?
I can, sir.
I think you're next. Are you ready to examine the witness?
I am.
All right. I will wait a minute or so till everybody lights up on my little screen here. Okay, it's 10:27. It has been more than 5 minutes, so I'm ready to go back on the record and begin with Ms. Maggiore. Back on the record, Ms. Maggiore, are you ready to examine this witness?
Yes, sir. It's going to be very short.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Can you hear me okay, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
I hear you perfectly.
Okay, good. Good morning, Mr. Archuleta. I have a few questions for you. Would you agree that sometimes a superior ambulance will respond from as far away as Pecos when there are calls for service from St. Vincent Hospital for interfacility transports?
No.
You deny that that ever happens?
Pecos does not do any facility transports.
That wasn't my question. My question was whether any of your ambulances respond from the Pecos area to St. Vincent's.
The answer is no.
How about Las Vegas? Do some of Superior's ambulances respond from as far away as Las Vegas when there is a call for service from St. Vincent's?
No.
What is the furthest away that your ambulances respond from a stationing point to Christus?
Albuquerque.
All right, so it's your testimony that they don't respond from Pecos or from Las Vegas, correct?
What I heard.
All right.
Correct. Not for a call originating in Santa Fe at St. Vincent's, correct.
All right. Do you know how often your response times to Christus exceed 1 hour after their initial call for an interfacility transport?
Are you meaning for the appointment time or the scheduled pickup time or the drive time?
Either a call or a scheduled pickup time.
Well, if it's an ASAP call that needs to be transported as soon as possible, and they're coming from Albuquerque, of course, it's an hour drive time, and they're dispatched with an immediate available ambulance. If it's a scheduled call, we're 96% under 30 minutes from the scheduled time, and we're actually well, I'm sorry, that's 96% under 15 minutes of the scheduled time and 98% under 30 minutes of the scheduled time.
Apologies, thought that was off. In your rebuttal testimony, you indicate that Helios's projected monthly income is very questionable. To the extent that you haven't already, can you explain what you meant by very questionable?
Objection. This is Friendly Cross.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
The reason why I question their projections is because they have them in the black, themselves in the black within 3 months, 90 days. That's very rare. In fact, almost impossible. I've had 5 startups since I've been in business, in the ambulance business. And each startup, I didn't get in the black until after a year. I was barely starting to see expenses met by the 8th month. So for them to say that they're meeting expenses and able to be in the black within 90 days is impossible, I believe.
Thank you. Ms. Maggiore, I can read that in the direct testimony. So keep it to the nature of the questions of cross-examination.
Mr. Archuleta, you're aware that Christus went out with an RFP, a request for service?
Yes.
And Superior responded to that?
Yes.
Rocky Mountain also responded to that?
I'm not aware.
Are you aware that Christus would like to work with AMR?
Objection. Relevance, and this is not in his direct.
Sustained.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maggiore. And thank you for keeping it short. We may even finish today if we can keep the cross short. Next, it would be Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, would you care to cross-examine Mr. Archuleta?
Yes, sir.
Please do so.
Mr. Archuleta, how long has Superior Ambulance had statewide authority?
As far as I know, since 1974, when its original certificate was issued.
And do I understand correctly that you became an owner in October of 1994?
Officially, yes.
Okay. Since October, was the current Motor Carrier Act in effect in 1994?
No.
So would I be correct in concluding then that the authority that Superior operates under is pre-Motor Carrier Act?
I would believe so, yes.
You, in your direct testimony, you talk about overseeing day-to-day operations, and you generally explain your duties. Can you explain the logistics of a statewide operation in basic terms, so that I can understand what it takes to operate statewide?
Well-
Objection. Outside is direct.
I'm sorry, I
He's a
wasn't.
statewide operator.
What were you referring to in his direct testimony, sir? Mr.
He, in the page 1, please describe for me your job duties. And he goes on to explain what it is.
I withdraw the objection.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Padilla.
Can you explain to me, please, what it takes to operate an ambulance service statewide?
Well, we have operations in 7 different areas of New Mexico. Each operation has its own leadership as far as supervisory and management. The managers in each area monitor the daily operations, and they report to the systems operations manager on a daily basis. I have a systems operation manager in Albuquerque that monitors every operation throughout the state and reports to the director of operations on a daily basis, and also reports to myself, the CEO, on a daily basis. So we have hands-on monitoring of every operation.
In your experience, is it possible to operate statewide with only 2 ambulances?
No.
In your experience, is it possible to operate effectively in the northern part, only in the northern part of the state with only 2 ambulances?
On a limited basis, but no.
Mr. Hearing examiner, this seems like friendly cross.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Borman. And I don't actively take a role from the bench, so to speak. I'll consider that a motion and sustain the motion. Please keep it to the nature of cross-examination. Please continue, Mr. Padilla.
Thank you. Why is Superior considering adding a 4th ambulance in the Santa Fe area?
Right now with the COVID transports, we're seeing more and more longer distance transports. And so we're looking at the volume and measuring the need for a 4th ambulance to be available.
Would it be fair to say that that's a temporary analysis based on COVID, and if COVID goes away, you'd have to reanalyze?
Well, that's pretty much what initiated it now, and I would say that, you know, we would have to remeasure again later on. I think this is a virus that's going to be with us for a while, and so this may stick around for a while, may become permanent. It's unknown until we hit a certain point and have to remeasure.
Has the business of Superior in Santa Fe increased due to the current COVID situation?
The request for longer distance transports has increased slightly.
And has Superior been able to comply with that additional increase?
Yes.
Does Superior have the available assets if demand continues to increase in Santa Fe to meet those demands?
Yes.
Objection, strike that.
So next question, please.
You state in part, and I think this is on page 3 of your direct testimony, that Superior must rely upon a regulated marketplace. Can you explain to me, please, what you mean by a regulated marketplace in the capacity of your testimony?
Well, it stems to the way, you know, on the certificates, in a regulated market, it's designed so that only certain providers can operate within that market area so that they can sustain viability and be able to provide services on a continuous and consistent basis. And not having that regulated market, it just opens it up for competition to come in and deplete the services. And then it makes it more difficult for an ambulance service to sustain.
You also state that your apparent belief that the PRC has to ensure that the current operators are protected was the word that you used. Why do you assert that, sir?
It falls under the same answer that I just made, but basically the PRC is to protect the services operating within a territory that they've issued a certificate. And by protecting that operation, again, they're allowing that operation to be able to provide adequate and continuous services to that territory and be able to sustain operations.
What is your cost of operating one ambulance per day in Santa Fe?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question, please.
Based upon your experience of operating in Santa Fe, would it be in the public interest to add another ambulance service in Santa Fe?
Objection calls for the ultimate question.
Just ask him based on his experience.
Yeah. What was the question again, please?
Based on his experience, would it be in the public interest to add an additional ambulance service in Santa Fe?
Well, that is the question of the day. I'll let him answer the question. Overruled.
I do not believe it would be in the public interest because I believe that the current certificated providers operating in Santa Fe are adequate and able to meet the need.
So that obviously was no surprise in that answer. Just state that for the record. Next question, please.
That's all I have. I pass the witness.
Thank you. And let's see, who's next? Mr. Bartel, you've been quiet. You're up.
Thank you. I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Borman.
Thank you. I will be quiet as well. I do not have questions for Mr. Archuleta.
Okay, well, that leaves me. I might have one or two. Mr. Archuleta, and my questions are really to clarify for me because I'm really not clear. But Mr. Padilla just asked you what I consider the good question, whether it's the role of the PRC essentially to protect those with certificates currently, and protect means to protect their business interest by restricting entry of new competitors. Is that your position?
Yes.
And what is that? And the position is based upon any statutory or regulatory authority?
I believe it's in the regulations where that the certificate is issued to, like I said, an ambulance service that is to provide services for their territory and be able to allow that ambulance service to maintain those services, the abilities to sustain without worry of competition coming in and then depleting services and making it difficult for an ambulance service to operate. In the regulation, it also declares that if there is an unmet need and that it is proven that the current certificated services can, if they can meet that need, then there's no reason for another ambulance service pretty much to come into the area.
Okay, thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions, but because I ask a question, there can be follow-up from council.
Mr. Lennon, would you let me ask two questions about?
Yes, sir, Mr. Moore. Go
About,
ahead.
okay.
Within the
And-
scope of my question.
No, they're within the scope of other cross that was after mine, but there's just two lines.
Redirect.
Let me recross, and if,
Okay, go ahead.
and you testified that you started up several ambulance services and it took you a lot longer to get into the black. Do you recall that, Mr. Archuleta?
Yes,
Are you an EMT?
no longer. I haven't been an EMT since about 1986.
Okay. And you understand that the owners of Helios are both EMTs, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And wouldn't that affect, wouldn't the owner's ability to provide services that you would have had to pay for in your startups make a difference in early profitability?
no.
Why not?
Those are still services you have to pay. I mean, they're operating, they're having to draw a salary. The operational costs are still going to be there. Your rate of return is still going to be there. The number of calls, it doesn't change anything. I don't believe it would make a big difference.
Uh, Next, you testified, you were asked about what you could do with 2 ambulances in northern New Mexico. Do you know how many ambulances Running Bear has historically staffed?
I'm under the impression that they operate with about 3 ambulances consistently on a daily basis. It could be plus or minus, but I understand it's about 3 on a daily basis.
Okay. And you testified you thought they were sort of doing a reasonably good job with what they're staffed.
Well, they're doing the business that they're doing with St. Vincent's and what other facilities they're working with the number of ambulances that they're operating. So I think that they're meeting the need to meet their customers' request at this point.
Okay.
Like I said, it's very rare that we get called because they are not meeting a need.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Once again, I ask a question, and is there any questioning in response to my questioning? That's a no. Any further questioning in response to Mr. Marks' question? Are we finished with this witness, Mr. Archuleta? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Archuleta. We appreciate you testifying.
Thank
Okay, the next witness would not be AMR's, but would be Mr. Smith. What I'd like to do is begin and complete him before we take any kind of lunch break. Does anybody need a bathroom break or coffee break? Mr. Maurer.
No, sir. Thank you very much for your courtesy.
All righty. So why don't we just start with Mr. Smith and keep the ball rolling? Mr. Padilla, are you ready?
I am, Your Honor.
Is Mr. Smith ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's swear him in. Stand up, please, Mr. Smith, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony, under the penalties of perjury, that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Mr. Smith, I couldn't hear you.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Let's get rolling. Have a seat and prepare for the examination. Let's go with Mr. Marks.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this Ray Padilla, don't I need to move the,
Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. Sure. Please do so. My apology.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to hand you a document that is entitled Direct Testimony of George Smith II on behalf of Running Bear Rescue, Inc., DBA Rocky Mountain EMS. It's dated October 28, 2020. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, sir.
Is that your testimony, written testimony in this particular matter?
Yes, sir.
Have you had an opportunity to review that before you're testifying here today?
Yes, sir.
Do you adopt that testimony as your testimony here today?
I do, sir.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'd move the admission of the direct testimony of Mr. Smith.
No objection anywhere? Any objection? All right, the testimony of Mr. Smith dated October 28th is in my hand, and I'm marking it as admitted. It's now evidence. And now we can go with the cross from Mr. Marks.
Mr. Smith, on page 2 of your testimony, line 18, you indicate that since April of this year, you have not been an employee of Rocky Mountain EMS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How are you being compensated for this case?
I'm being compensated for my time, but no formal agreement has been put in place.
So as I understand your testimony, you're being paid an hourly rate? Is that correct?
I would believe so.
Have you been paid at all so far?
Not yet.
Have you generated any invoices?
I have not.
Okay. What leads you to believe that you're going to be paid an hourly rate?
Just based on conversations with the owner of the company.
Okay. And did you two agree on what that rate would be?
We have not.
You did not?
We have not.
Okay, could you just stand by for a second and let's see if Mr. Borman can get back online? Let's give him a moment. We're all struggling with the internet. I'm looking out my window. By the way, off the record, it's snowing like crazy out there here in downtown Santa Fe.
It did that this morning in Albuquerque.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is the stenographer, and may I ask, when documents are being admitted, that we give them a number so
Sure.
that I know what to insert into the record? I'm just getting exhibits admitted and I don't have them identified by number. Thank you.
All righty, thank you. I think we were up to number 3.
I'm assuming Mr. Smith's was Rocky Mountain 1.
But yeah, that's all we've got on them. So Rocky Mountain 1. Thank you.
The 1 and 2 on the previous witness, on Mr. Archuleta.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, is he back? Where's Mr. Borman? I don't see him.
He may be in the waiting room.
Oh, yeah. Let's check. There he is. He just popped in. Hi, Mr. Borman. You back? He looks like a cat.
Yep. Yeah, I apologize. We lost power at my house for about 2 or 3 minutes due to the hailstorm that we're having.
Yeah, we did. Miss Dunn actually alerted me pretty quick, and we went off the record. And I talked about the snow, and Miss Hoyman was kind enough to remind me of how we should label the exhibits, how they can be labeled, and we've labeled them. So that's all that happened in your absence, and I'm ready to continue on.
Okay.
Continue with the cross, please.
Okay. Mr. Smith, why did you leave regular employment with Rocky Mountain EMS?
I left employment with Rocky Mountain EMS to pursue an opportunity that would better financially provide for my family.
And are you now doing another job full time?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you know who took your position at Rocky Mountain EMS?
I do not.
If I suggested it to you that it was Windy Joe Ashforth, would you know if that's true or not?
I know Wendy Jo Ashworth was employed by Rocky Mountain EMS. I couldn't say in what capacity she was employed to fill any position that I may have held.
Okay. Do you know if she's still employed?
I know that she is not employed.
Okay. And do you have any idea who is doing the work that you did for Rocky Mountain?
He answered that already. So
Go
ahead.
I asked him if about the position. Now I'm asking him if he has any idea who's doing the work that he did for the company.
He said no.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Next question, Mr. Marks.
On page 3, line 21, you testified about the termination of Mr. Rich Erskine from Rocky Mountain. Do you see that?
Do?
Do you have any direct personal knowledge of the events that led to Mr. Erskine's termination?
From my knowledge, it was constant issues between him and Mr. Little. Mr. Little would ask for things to be done. Mr. Erskine would refuse and state his reasons for that, which ultimately led to his termination.
And you say from your knowledge, is that what you were party to those conversations?
I was not a party to those conversations.
Right. So when you say from your knowledge, what's that knowledge based on?
Based on the reports I received from Mr. Little.
And did you have a conversation with Mr. Erskine about his side of it?
I did not.
Okay. What responsibilities for Rocky Mountain EMS did Mr. Erskine not perform?
I believe his responsibilities to train the EMTs to properly do their jobs, perform daily ambulance inspections, hold morning meetings to go over the events of the day or events that may have occurred to correct those events.
Okay. And again, is that your personal knowledge that he didn't do those things, or that's what you heard from Mr. Little?
That is what I was told by the owner of the company.
Okay. Was Mr. Erskine told well, do you know how Mr. Erskine's termination was communicated to him?
Via telephone.
And how do you know that?
I was in the room when it happened.
Okay. And what reason did Mr. Little give in that telephone call?
The reasons that he believed that Mr. Erskine was being insubordinate and not accomplishing the duties as he was expected to.
Okay. Would you so you were in a room with Mr. Little, and he got Mr. Erskine on the phone and told him these things?
I couldn't remember the exact conversation, but yes.
And would you agree that Mr. Erskine was employed by the company for about 16 years?
I would.
Okay. And that his positions included increasing responsibilities?
I would.
Okay. You testify that you believe that my client solicited the complaints from the 2 former employees that are now before the PRC, correct?
I testify that it was suspected but not confirmed.
Okay. Do you have any basis for your belief other than your speculation based on their motives?
I do not.
What counties is Rocky Mountain EMS certificated for?
Santa Fe County, San Miguel County, and I believe Los Alamos County. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Sorry. So you said Santa Fe, Los Alamos, is that correct?
Yes,
What about San Miguel?
I did say San Miguel as well.
Okay, and that would be excluding Las Vegas?
According to the certificate provided by the PRC, yes.
Okay. Uh, Does Rocky Mountain EMS regularly provide transports originating in other counties?
Not to my knowledge.
So, to your knowledge, Rocky Mountain never provides transports originating in Rio Arriba County?
I'm going to object. It's cumulative.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
added the word
irrelevant.
never, but I think he already answered the question, not to his knowledge, and you added the word never. Other than that,
Mr. Lennon, I just want to nail this down and with specific counties.
all right,
And
overruled,
I'm
nailed
objecting
down,
on
and
the
then
basis of relevance. This isn't an application for Rocky Mountain. And it's it's the affirmative obligation of the applicant to have established the ability, whether or not there's an effect on Rocky Mountain. It's not Rocky Mountain's job to establish, to provide information to establish the affirmative obligation of the applicant.
thank you, Mr. Padilla, for explaining the nature of your objection, because I had the nature of your objection wrong, so it helpful that you explained. I'm still going to overrule the objection and allow him to continue. And Mr. Marks, the message is pretty clear. Let's keep it relevant.
To make it quicker, to your knowledge, does Rocky Mountain or has Rocky Mountain regularly performed transports originating in Rio Arriba County, Taos County, San Juan County?
Objection, that's a different question, first of all. Second of all, what is this Mr. Marks trying to get at? That there's violations? If there's violations, that's a subject for the PRC to deal with, not a subject for Mr. Marks to deal with, and it's certainly not an appropriate subject for this particular proceeding.
Mr. Marks, what point are you trying to make?
Well, it's our position in our testimony that Rocky Mountain EMS is not a viable business going forward, and we're seeking authority in part justified by serving northern New Mexico. And it's my information that Rocky Mountain EMS does do transports from these locations, and I was hoping for a different answer, but now I just want to confirm it. But we're trying to prove that if Rocky Mountain exits the market, that there are transports that need to be done in these other counties.
Well, the case isn't about Rocky Mountain, and I believe we all know there are other proceedings. And but I have a saying that it's not until it is, and it's not until it is. So I'm going to ask you to pursue another line of inquiry, and I'll sustain the objection at this point. So next,
At the risk of an objection, Mr. Smith, would you be in a position to have known where the transports were originating from during your employment with Rocky Mountain?
Objection, you just instructed him not to go there.
yeah, isn't this the same line of questioning?
Well, I'm trying, since he gave an answer, I'm trying to figure out the basis of the answer. And whether
ask
it's
him.
personal knowledge or he's speculating or whatnot.
Well, I'll ask him, and then we'll just move on. Mr. Smith, what is the basis of your knowledge?
I didn't have direct knowledge of all the day-to-day ambulance runs. I did receive reports of what happened, but every run that occurred, I did not have exact knowledge of.
And you haven't worked there since April or so, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right, next question, Mr.
Okay.
Marks.
Are you aware of any instances where Ed Little refused to authorize company purchases of supplies or equipments that
For
the
which-
EMTs stated was needed for safe operations?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? It was broken up.
Are you aware of any instances where Ed Little refused to authorize company purchases, supplies or equipment that the EMTs stated was needed for safe operations?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, we're kind of going down that same road again.
Uh,
This case is not about Rocky Mountain.
Mr. Lennon, my
Sounds like it
witness
is.
was- is that your ruling, Mr. Lennon?
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Okay, let's see who's next in my list here. It would be Mr. Maurer. Are you ready to examine?
Yes, sir. I just have a couple questions. Mr. Smith, I was a little confused as to your direct testimony as to the scope of service that Rocky Mountain is currently providing, because you made some comment of rotation services. So can you explain to me, does Rocky Mountain have statewide?
Rocky Mountain does not have statewide authority.
Okay, and you've already described the counties it's currently providing services in. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, I want to make sure I understand your testimony concerning the transportation services that Rocky Mountain is currently providing. Has Rocky Mountain ever told St. Vincent's it can't provide services?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know how many, in this, I'll strike that. You indicated in your testimony concerning Mr. Erskine that Mr. Erskine took proprietary information from Rocky Mountain. What did you mean by proprietary?
I would say that Mr. Erskine was intimately familiar with the day-to-day operations of Rocky Mountain EMS, how they market their services, and could use that information in a manner to flip it towards in his favor, or Helios's favor.
In what way? Give me an example of what you talked about.
I would say using information to solicit clients, directly from St. Vincent's with the relationships he may have established with the providers as an employee of Rocky Mountain EMS. As I can't think of the word, as provided by the unsigned letters from providers solely from St. Vincent's in their application.
Okay. Can you tell me, based upon just your employment up until April, how many carriers are operating in Santa Fe County?
As of the end of my employment, there was, as far as I know, there was 2 permanently stationed in Santa Fe, and Superior was operating. I was not aware if they had a operating base or not.
So that would be 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Ms. Maggiore, you're up.
Be real brief. Mr. Smith, you only worked at Rocky Mountain for about 1.5 years. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, your job duties did not include picking up and transporting patients. Is that correct?
That was not in a direct job duty. I did assist in driving the ambulance for BLS level calls on very limited occasions.
Are you a licensed EMT?
I previously was, but no longer am.
What's your present line of work?
I am an executive assistant for governance with the Commercial Association of Realtors, New Mexico.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maggiore.
Mr. Lennon?
Yes, sir.
I know this is out of turn, but I didn't realize it, but my client gave me impeachment evidence as to something that Mr. Smith testified to, and it just became available to me after I passed cross, and I
Why don't we
emailed it
hear
to everyone. And I would rather than let all the cross go around, if Your Honor would allow me to ask about it, I think it would be more efficient to do it now rather than wait. So I apologize that I didn't have it timely, but I just emailed it to everyone.
Is there any objection from any other counsel allowing Mr. Marks to recross at this point?
Yes.
I'm going to object to.
All right, well, then, Mr. Marks,
Examiner.
what I'm going to do is allow you to do so, but after everyone else is completed. So let's continue going around. Mr. Padilla, you're up next. And Mr. Marks, I won't forget about you. And if I do forget about you, remind me. That was contradictory, wasn't it? Okay, Mr. Padilla, you're up. Ask some questions here.
I think it's Mr. Bartel.
I had,
This is my witness. That's, I can't cross-examine my own witness.
that's exactly what you can't do. You're correct. Mr. Bartel, please proceed.
I have no questions for this witness.
That's easy. Mr. Borman. All right, where is Mr. Borman?
I am here. Sorry, I just was on mute. I just wanted to confirm something that I thought I heard. Mr. Smith, did you say that Rocky Mountain operates in Taos?
I did not, sir.
Okay, so you do not. All right. Thank you. That's the only question I have.
All right, so Mr. Marks, I'd like to try cases on the merits rather than procedural niceties. In that kind of spirit, please, let's get as much relevant information as possible. You're welcome to continue your cross.
Mr. Chair and Examiner, before he proceeds, I want to object.
Yes, sir.
He says his client just handed him impeachment information that apparently is something new that I don't know what it is. Nobody else knows what it is at this point in time. Mr. Marks did pass the witness. He concluded his cross-examination. He should not be allowed a second shot at this. I strenuously object to his being allowed to continue cross-examination at this point in time.
Let me ask Mr. Marks a question. Well, my computer just changed. Can anybody hear me?
I can, sir.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
For the convenience of counsel and yourself, I put on the screen the evidence that I would examine Mr. Smith on so you can see what it is. I emailed it to everyone, but just in case people are not checking their emails.
Well, that's why my screen changed completely.
Oh.
So what is this, an email to you from who?
Mr. Lennon, this is a text message that is sent from operations at Little at the top to Rich Erskine. And
was this disclosed in Discovery or was it requested in Discovery?
Mr. Lennon, this is something that Mr. Erskine forwarded to me when he heard Mr. Smith testify that he was terminated in a telephone call. And I did not expect Mr. Smith to say he was terminated in a telephone call because that's not the facts. And the fact is that Mr. Erskine was terminated with a text message, which I would attempt to establish with this document.
Well, I can see the document, but how does this establish that he was not also terminated with a telephone call? It doesn't, does it?
No.
It doesn't. It does not reference a telephone call, and it speaks for itself. It's his termination.
I do think it speaks for itself, and I think it has a limited value. However, I'm going to allow you to cross-examine him on that. And as I said, I'd rather decide the case on merits, and more information in my world is better than less information. So with respect to with all respect to Mr. Padilla, I'm going to overrule Mr. Padilla's objection and allow you to examine this witness based on this new information you just put on the screen. I'm also going to allow other witnesses to examine if they think is appropriate regarding what this document doesn't prove. So, Mr. Marks, Mr. Padilla, you got something to say? Add?
Yes, just for the record, if I understand Mr. Marks correctly, this text was just provided to him by Mr. Erskine. Mr. Erskine is not his witness in this particular matter. This is an attempt to have Mr. Erskine now become a witness in this particular matter, which is wholly inappropriate. I would object on that basis as well.
Thank you, and it's preserved for the record. I don't know who it came from. I see Operations Ed Little. I see Rich. I don't see Mr. Erskine's name on there at all.
What I'm saying is Mr. Marks, when he was explaining this exhibit, said that he just got that from Mr. Erskine. That
Right.
Mr. Erskine sent that to him so that he could now utilize that. And
Well,
Mr. Erskine is not a witness in this case.
my job is to give it the appropriate weight, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to weigh it, the value. Like I said, I'm going to overrule your objection again with respect, Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, you can cross-examine on that and attack it as you will. And frankly, Mr. Marks, as you have proffered it, frankly, I do not think it accomplishes what you intend to accomplish it with it. However, it's not my place at this time to make a judgment on whether it accomplishes that, especially since I haven't heard your testimony regarding it. So I'm going to allow you to examine your witness regarding this communication. I haven't admitted the communication in evidence. You just can examine your witness regarding the communication. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
Mr. Smith, can you see the exhibit on your screen there?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Having seen this exhibit, does that change your recollection of how Mr. Erskine was terminated by Mr. Little?
It does not. There was a phone call and this message was sent concurrently as well.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Are there any other questions? All right, there being no
Questions with regard to that specific subject or questions with regard to the contents of the text?
Well, since Mr. Marks was allowed to re-examine, I'm going to allow any party to re-examine as well. Mr. Padilla, it sounds like you have a question. So if you could restrict your question to the scope of Mr. Marks' most recent question, I'll be glad to hear from you, please. Go ahead.
Then I have no further questions.
All right. Anybody else want to ask any questions within the scope of Mr. Marks' most recent line of inquiry?
No, sir.
Thank you. I believe that concludes the examination of Mr. Smith. Am I correct? Okay,
Yes.
Thank you all, counsel. I think we should take another, let's see, it's too early for lunch. It's only 11:15. Our next witness would be Mr. Casper. Mr. Bartel, are you ready to present Mr. Casper?
Yes, we are ready to proceed.
So why don't we, does anybody need a 5-minute break, Mr. Maurer?
I'll take one, sir.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and come back and we'll do Mr. Casper. My computer says it's 11:17, so we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you all. I'm going to let the YouTube continue to run. So keep your comments, even though we're off the official record, Miss Stenographer, please restrict your comments because we're on YouTube remaining. Bye-bye. 5 minutes.
Oh, this is going to go on for a while.
I spoke with Shauna and I told her that if she's not well enough to come in, we don't want her working remotely.
Yeah, she can't have it both
Yeah, I
ways,
know.
Gail. She just
Well,
can't.
that's what I told
What
her.
she wants is to get paid and not do anything.
Well, that's, I told her. she
And that's
can't
not
have-
okay.
I said,
Hold on, maybe better make
You
sure.
want to mute yourself.
Hey, Winnie, you're still on, you're not on mute.
talk to you further about it.
All right.
If I don't see you, have a good Thanksgiving.
Well, I'm here for the day, so.
Okay.
Well, it has stopped snowing here in downtown Santa Fe.
You know, I'm not far from downtown and it did not snow here.
Really? Where are you, Mr.
Yeah.
Bartel?
Just in the southern part of town, in the Soli Lomas area.
Wow.
It snowed very early in the morning, but it has not snowed recently.
We had a vicious hailstorm when we lost power. So
Wow.
Here-
I'm basically by Fort Marcy Park. So
well, that's
It's
where I am.
typical New Mexico weather, highly,
Yeah.
highly localized.
There's a peek out my window for everyone's entertainment purposes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's wintertime out there finally, and we got a little precipitation. All right, excuse me. It takes me a minute to get my camera reorientated here. All right, are we waiting for anybody? Let's see. Marks, Mr. Casper, Ray Padilla. I think we're ready to go, and our time has expired. Let's see if anybody's waiting. Nobody's waiting. Okay, councils, we're going to go back on the record. Ms. Hoyman, you ready? Okay, back on the record. We just took a 5-minute or so break. And the next witness is Mr. Casper. Mr. Bartel, you ready to present your witness?
Yes, I am.
All right. I think I'll swear him in. Mr. Casper, I know you've been there, so you know how it works. Please stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear? I can't see your right hand there because of that screen you got, but I presume it's up. Yep. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Mr. Bartel, please proceed.
Chief Casper, do you have before you a copy of the direct testimony that was submitted by you on behalf of Bernalillo County Healthcare Corporation, DBA Albuquerque Ambulance Service on October 27, 2020?
I do.
Do you adopt this testimony as if it was sworn testimony given in person at today's proceeding?
I do.
Are there any corrections that need to be made to the testimony that we've identified as AAS Exhibit Number 1?
There's just one minor clarification that I would make.
And what is that?
On page, what I have on my printed copy, page 8 of my testimony, line 10, where the sentence begins, this range is less than the projections found. The intention of that is that the midpoint of that range, or I was implying the average and not the range itself.
I can't find that. Can you tell me again where you're looking, Mr. Casper? Chief Casper?
Sure.
Page 8, line 10?
My printed copy says page 8, and it's the third words on line 10.
Mr. Lennon, on my printed copy, it's line 3, if yours is the same as mine.
I'm going to say I have a copy of what was actually filed and maybe slightly different from how it printed for Chief Casper, but I believe it's page 8, line 3 that he's referring to.
In my page 8, line 3 begins with the word year, and the full sentence, which begins on line 2, is over the course of a full year, that would total between 1,825 and 2,190 transports.
And I
Correct,
believe
and the
it's the
very
next
next sentence
sentence.
begins this range.
Okay.
And I
this
just
range
clarify
is.
that, right, and just my clarification is really not referring to the range, but the average of those numbers.
So you're changing the word range to average?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, with that one change, are you going to move to admit this testimony?
Yes, Chief Casper, is that the only correction that you had to make?
It is.
Then with that, I would move the admission of AAS Exhibit number 1.
Any objection?
Yes, Helios objects to material beginning at page 2, line 19, running through page 3, line 2, and which discusses Albuquerque ambulances, stationing of other ambulances, and then on page 5, line 4 through page 5, line 7, data for the reasons that we objected previously, which is that we asked Albuquerque Ambulance about both of those topics in discovery. The first one, stationing outside of Santa Fe, they refused to answer based on relevance. The second one, asking for the data, they refused to answer based on burden. And so,
And
for
that
the
was,
record, we object to them now using that same information to support their case.
and Mr. Marks, you requested that information after receipt of the direct testimony, correct?
Let's see.
No. Lion clock.
No, it would be, if he filed his testimony on the 27th, we requested that on, it was served on the 15th,
And
prior to them serving, prior to his testimony.
thank you. And how was your client prejudiced by getting this information in the testimony rather than by discovery, if at all?
We would have been prejudiced by not being able to prepare rebuttal based on the detail of their data. You know, we asked about their service runs and from Santa Fe, pickup times, call times, and so forth, and they declined to provide it to us. And then they turn around and use it for their own testimony. That just seems improper.
Are there any other objections to the admission of what's been marked as AAS number 1? No other objection? Mr. Marks, I respect your objection. It's noted for the record and preserved for appeal. I'm going to overrule the objection and allow it to be admitted. There's one other change. I might have changed the spelling of the word original in the caption, but I don't think it's prejudicial or has any effect whatsoever. So I'm just going to admit it as is. It's in the record, Mr. Bartel, so you're welcome to, or excuse me, then we'll start with the examination of Chief Casper. Let me figure out who's supposed to go first. Oh, Mr. Marks, you got the applicant. You go first.
Thank you. Chief Casper, would you agree that Helios asked Albuquerque Ambulance Discovery to disclose the stationing of its ambulances, and the company declined to do so for anything other than Santa Fe County?
I'm going to object, and this is improper cross-examination. If he has a discovery response that he wants to use for impeachment, he should identify that to the witness and examine him about it. This is just sort of a free-floating reference to a document which has not been disclosed.
Mr. Bartel, I cannot hear you.
Let's see.
I can hear him.
I can hear him.
Bartel, I still cannot hear you.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I
muted?
can hear him. This Ray Padilla, I can hear him as well.
You don't show as muted on my participant screen.
Yeah, I'm not muted.
Why I don't hear you?
I don't know.
Can everyone else hear Mr. Bartel?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then it's me. Hold on just a second. Let me find out why I'm not hearing it. Pardon me. Okay. Much apology and sincere apology. Apparently, I pressed the button by mistake on my little device here. Again, I apologize, Mr. Bartel, and I'm sorry to interrupt. Please continue. Your objection.
Yeah, my objection is that Mr. Marks is attempting to use discovery responses to impeach. In order to properly do that, he needs to identify the discovery response that he wants to use for an impeachment, direct the witness's attention to that, and then ask him the question. He has not laid the proper foundation to impeach by discovery. That's all. That's my objection.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bartel. And with respect, I'm going to overrule your objection. I believe his questioning was I've already denied him his previous line of question, and he's using it as an alternative. I'm going to allow it. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
Thank you. And I'm just building a record on this, on our objection. So, Chief Casper, would you agree that Helios asked you in discovery to disclose the stationing of your ambulances, and Albuquerque Ambulance only disclosed its stationing in Santa Fe County and did not disclose its other stationing?
I don't have the document in front of me, but I believe that we disclosed that we had ambulances stationed both in Santa Fe County and in Bernalillo County in the city of Albuquerque.
Okay. And would you look at the do you have the document that I pre-identified as Helios number 5?
I have my direct testimony in front of me. I do not believe I have that document in front of me.
Mr. Lennon, would
Yes,
it be
sir.
okay if I shared my screen and refreshed his memory?
Well, I'd like you to refresh my memory. I printed out everything you sent in email, but I actually don't have any identifiers on it, such as document number 5. What's it entitled?
It says Helios 5 AAS responses to Helios first set, and it was with my hearing exhibits.
Okay, I have that. It's right in my hand.
Right.
I don't see it marked as an exhibit or a potential exhibit. Where did you put this number 5?
It's in the file name, the PDF name, when I circulated them.
I see.
Sorry. I'm sorry. You know, a light is going off here.
Okay, I
assume that the parties would be using their computers and would see PDF file names, and then I neglected to mark any of the exhibits on their actual face.
Okay, I see what it is, and now you want to question him about his answers to interrogatories, correct?
Just briefly, I'm not going to attempt to introduce the exhibits since based on what you did with Superior's responses.
Why don't you just read the question and read his answer, and then ask him to whatever question you want about the question or the answer.
Okay.
That's how I would do it.
Okay. And
it goes into the record. It's recorded by Ms. Hoyman.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Casper, Mr. Lennon, with due respect, I don't think it's fair to the witness to ask him about this without showing him the document so he could follow along. I would hate to be in that position.
Which number are you referring to? I'll take a look at it.
Again, I'm referring to Helios request 11, And it says, please identify by street address. And if it would be okay, I could share that on the screen right now.
Hold on a second, I'm looking at it. And it continues on to page 2, the response, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying it wouldn't be fair to just read it, the question and the answer to him. And I'm trying to
Without
figure out
showing
why
it.
I'm trying to figure out why it would not be fair.
Okay.
Well, one reason is because most of the answer is from council, not from Mr. Casper. And the only answer that apparently is not from council is the following sentence. As for Santa Fe County, please refer to AMR's application in this case for information regarding AMR's intentions for an operation in Santa Fe County, period. AMR has no ambulances stationed in Santa Fe County at present. Is that the statement you want to ask him about?
No, Mr. Lennon, I think we're looking at the wrong thing.
Well,
And
that's
if
not
I
good.
could put it on the if I could put it on the screen, I think it would be easier for all.
All right, well, I certainly want to know that I'm looking at the right thing. So
You were reading an AMR document, a document related to AMR. So
I was. Okay, hold on a second.
this is, and just for your reference, this is what we're,
Okay.
this is the document I'm looking at.
This is the nature of Zoom, you know.
Yes.
Okay, now I've got that one in my hand. Hold on just a second. Let me look at that one. Thank you, sir. Let me see just a second here. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Bartel. Verification attached, Scott Casper. Waiving the objection. Okay, there's an objection from council. One unit is staffed 24 hours a day. Second unit is stay available 1,400, 2,000. Average is dynamic scheduling. All right. I think I've examined it enough to let the questioning go. And yeah, you can refer to it on the screen, which you're obviously already doing.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let's move on.
Mr. Casper, is your recollection refreshed that Helios asked Albuquerque Ambulance about its stationing of ambulances for all interfacility transports, and in response, the company and you only disclosed the ambulances that you stationed in Santa Fe?
I'm going to object. The response speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does, but he's cross-examining him. So the response does speak for itself. Overruled. Next. Go ahead, answer, Mr. Casper.
This right, Padilla, and I hate to interject, but I did want to make the point that my understanding is that the rule says that the objections come from attorneys and the factual testimony comes from the witness. So it appears to me that what Mr. Marks is doing is he's asking this witness to testify for objections that his attorney made. The rule says that the attorney has to sign for the objections and the witness has to sign for the factual assertion, the factual responses. So I'm simply pointing out that this questioning doesn't seem to be in line with the rule and its intent.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And if I didn't make it clear, I've even stated it twice. Perhaps it was just an implication. I can distinguish between the two, counsel's response and the witness's response. And if you'll allow me to do that, I'd like to hear the answer from Mr. Casper. What's the answer, Mr. Casper?
So based on what I'm seeing in front of me, Mr. Marks, it looks as though we identified the unit stationed at the specific address at Santa Fe Medical Center, and on the next page indicated that there is an additional fleet of 60 units based at our Bernalillo County headquarters.
Thank you. Next question.
In your direct testimony, line 4, page 4, line 18, and
Page 4, line 18. Let me get there.
okay,
Okay, I'm there.
okay, And I'm going to read it to you since I think your pagination's different. The testimony is,
Probably.
notably, no evidence has been presented by Helios that any calls to AAS by Christus St. Vincent or any other sending facility for interfacility transports originating or terminating in Santa Fe County have been declined by AAS. Do you recall
I see that.
testimony? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that in discovery, Helios asked you for data would identify calls received and when they were responded to, and if they were not responded to, originating in Santa Fe County?
I believe I recall the question.
Okay. And did Albuquerque Ambulance provide to Helios any information about its specific responses to calls originating or terminating in Santa Fe County?
So same as before, if you'd like to show me in the responses, I'd be happy to confirm what's already in the record.
Okay, if you could please look at request 1-3, which is now on your screen, would you agree that it reads, please produce a listing of all requests received by AAS for an interfacility transport originating at a healthcare facility in Santa Fe County from January 1, 2019 till the present, and that item I is if AAS did not dispatch an ambulance or did dispatch an ambulance, how it dispatched it.
I see that.
Okay. And would you agree that in response to that interrogatory, AAS did not provide the requested data or any data?
So, Mr. Marks, you just asked me about item which said, if we did not dispatch an ambulance, and it indicates right in that response that we don't maintain records, for that particular question.
Do you maintain records that show whether you got a call, every call you receive?
No, sir.
So you only maintain records of calls that result in a transport?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is Albuquerque Ambulance Services primary source of revenue interfacility transport or pre-hospital services?
We provide both.
Which provides the majority of your revenue?
Just by virtue of the sheer volume, our pre-hospital 911 services.
Do you have an estimate of the volume of pre-hospital 911 versus interfacility transport proportions?
On an annual basis, we provide approximately 90,000 emergency 911 responses and about 15,000 interfacility transports.
Okay. What person or entity owns Bernalillo County Healthcare Corp?
We are a wholly owned subsidiary of Presbyterian Healthcare Services.
Okay. If I go back to the preceding question, is the average revenue the same for a pre-hospital service versus an interfacility transport? Are they equivalent? Or is one more than the other on average?
Act on the grounds that the question's ambiguous and compound.
I understood the question. I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer, sir.
I'd have to look at our financial statements to provide specific detail around that, but the nature and the case mix acuity level that determines the charges can vary significantly. So to say one is higher than the other, I don't know off the top of my head.
What's acuity level?
How sick the patient is, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Thank you. You're muted, Mr. Marks.
Okay. So you said that your service is owned by Presbyterian Healthcare Services? Okay. Yes or no? Nods don't work.
It is.
Okay. Presbyterian owns hospitals in Santa Fe and Espanola, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was Albuquerque Ambulance Service financially solvent prior to when it stationed ambulances in Santa Fe County?
Yes.
Okay. What portion of the calls that Albuquerque Ambulance Services with your unit stationed in Santa Fe are related to the Presbyterian hospitals in Santa Fe and Espanola?
Almost in their entirety.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that if Helios was granted the authority it's seeking, it would wind up doing interfacility transports to or from the Presbyterian facilities other than in situations when Albuquerque Ambulance couldn't respond?
I couldn't comment on that. I have no idea.
So, okay. If would you, do you think there's a situation where one of those Presbyterian facilities would call Helios before calling Albuquerque Ambulance Service for an interfacility?
Again, I can't speak for what the hospital may or may not do in any given circumstance.
Okay. On page 7 to 9, and I'm going to say here in my copy, page 7, line 16, you talk about measuring the lost revenue that AAS would potentially suffer if Helios is granted an operating authority. You finding that portion of your testimony?
Yeah, I'm going to apologize, Mr. Marks. I think our pagination is different. So maybe if you could read me the question, I might be able to find it more easily in mine. I apologize for the inconvenience.
Okay. And I don't mind clarifying questions from a witness. The question is AAS able to quantify what effect the granting of Helios's application for authority would have on AAS's financial condition?
Okay, I see that question. Thank you.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you do some analysis and state that we didn't provide all the information that's necessary, but you come to some conclusion that there would be a negative impact?
Just allow me to read my response quickly before I answer.
Yeah. And
okay, I've read my response. If you could ask me the question again.
Okay. Would you agree that a fair characterization of your testimony is that you stated Helios didn't provide all the information you needed to do calculations, but you came up with estimates, and I'll refer specifically, there's a table in that response where you've projected some revenue losses. So you've come up, you think there'll be revenue losses and you've projected some, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for there to be revenue losses to AAS, that would mean that Helios would have to do transports that AAS is now doing. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that substantially all of your business in Santa Fe is serving the Presbyterian hospitals. Recall
That's
saying
currently
that?
correct.
Okay.
That is currently correct.
Okay. But you also told me that you have no idea whether those hospitals would ever use Helios. So how could you project any revenue losses if you have no idea that the hospitals that provide all your revenue in Santa Fe would use the new carrier?
Well, so you specifically asked me about the Presbyterian hospitals. You didn't ask me about the other hospitals in Santa Fe County in which we are currently a certificated carrier with the ability to provide additional services if we are asked to do so. And so I believe the projections that I made, and I believe the word that is used is potential loss of revenue, refers to the fact that if hypothetically Rocky Mountain EMS were no longer to provide the transportation that they're currently providing, and if those hospitals turn to us as a current duly certificated carrier, and we would be able to provide those services, then yes, having Helios enter the market would therefore potentially detract from our ability to capture those revenues from other sources. We should be given the opportunity as a certificated carrier in those areas to be able to provide the additional services that we are currently not providing, and would be happy to have those discussions should they come to the table.
So your testimony is, well, first of all, your testimony today is that the information in your direct testimony is not actual losses based on Albuquerque Ambulance's current revenues. It's losing the opportunity to get Rocky Mountain's revenues. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to the characterization.
Pardon me just a minute. Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
So I think, yeah, that's certainly partially correct. I think what I'm also testifying to today is, as I mentioned, I have no idea, and I can't speculate as to what even Presbyterian hospitals would do, and if Helios were to come in to that market, there is absolutely the potential that they could realize some of our current actual revenues as well. There's no way for me to know that at the moment.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. I get the point you're making there with that line of questioning.
I think so. I get the point. And then on page 7, you state that the goal of Helios is to take over Rocky Mountain EMS's call volume. Does that sound familiar?
Well, I'm going to
I
ask,
think what
I'm
I
going to
think what
ask
I wrote
council
is
to,
that there's
I'm going to
Mr.
object and
Bartel?
ask council to read the actual testimony, because that is a mischaracterization of what the exhibit says.
I'll read it. The sentence I think you're referring to is, however, comma, and because it starts with however, I'm going to read the preceding sentence as well. The answer is, not with any reasonable certainty due to the ambiguity of the scope of the authority which Helios seeks as addressed above. However, if the actual goal of Helios is to take over Rocky Mountain EMS call volume, comma, the sales forecast information attached to the pre-scope testimony as part of Exhibit MP-03 provides one source by which to measure the lost revenue that AAS would potentially suffer if Helios is granted operating authority. I think that's the sentence Mr. Marks was referring to. Mr. Marks, what is your question?
Well, testimony certainly speaks for itself. And I was calling the witness's attention to that line. Do you recall that, Mr. Casper?
yes, I'm reading it now.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then your estimates, the table that you included on page 9 as to the effect on Albuquerque ambulance, just to be clear, that assumes that every call that Helios would do is revenue that Albuquerque ambulance would otherwise have earned, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain the scenario in which that could be possible?
I don't think I understand your question.
Okay. So you're projecting revenue losses to Albuquerque ambulance based on every call that Helios does is revenue that you wouldn't earn. Do you have an operational scenario in which those facts could occur?
Well, I think obviously, so yes, if as this case describes, Rocky Mountain EMS was not providing the service as a certificated carrier, we were providing the service. These are the calls that would represent potential revenue losses using the exhibit that was provided.
Okay. So again, these are not revenues your company currently earns, but revenues that you wanted to earn, and you think that you would get all that business.
Correct.
Okay. And do you think healthcare facilities would prefer to use Helios or Albuquerque ambulance for an in-facility transports?
Foundation, calls for speculation.
Well, there's been a lot of speculation going on here. It's a lot of it is speculation. Frankly, the whole the analysis, the testimony for the numbers and all is speculation. So, Mr. Bartel, with respect, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow him to, although he's not been identified as an expert witness, we don't have to do that here. And I weigh the testimony as appropriate, and I'm going to weigh it as a speculative answer. So with everyone understanding how I weigh information, you're welcome to speculate, Mr. Casper.
Sure. I mean, I would absolutely speculate that healthcare facilities would rather use Albuquerque ambulance than any other ambulance service in the state of New Mexico.
And why?
I think Albuquerque Ambulance has a proven track record of being highly professional, highly trained. We offer the widest range and scope of services on the ground of any ambulance service in the state. We have the largest capacity to deal with both scheduled and non-scheduled transports throughout the state of New Mexico. We work very well with all of the hospitals that we currently provide service to. Frankly, as the chief of Albuquerque Ambulance, I would be doing my service a disservice if I didn't believe that we would be the carrier of choice.
And at the risk of, who do you work for, sir?
I work for Albuquerque Ambulance Service.
Okay, I just want to put that on the record immediately after your answer, because I think it's important. Okay, Mr. Marks, are there any other questions?
Just a couple. So if you expect that based on your reputation, and I'm not going to dispute that, Chief, based on your reputation and the services you provide, you'll be facilities first choice. Why are you protesting Helios? Why do you think Helios will take any business from you?
I think just as a practical matter, because of the nature of how certificates are awarded here in the state, and not being able to truly predict or control what may or may not happen in the future, we need, as Mr. Archuleta commented to previously, ensure that the integrity of our certificate is defended and maintained.
Isn't it most likely that if Helios is certificated, the calls it'll work on are the ones that you can't service and the ones that AMR can't service quickly, that they'll just be filling gaps?
Speculate on that, Mr. Kessler.
Again, that would be speculation. I would hope that we would be able to provide a service such that we would minimize the number of gaps, and that wouldn't be an issue between the services that we can provide and the gaps also to be filled, if there were any, by the other currently certificated carriers such as American Medical Response and Superior.
Chief Gasper, do you understand my question? That if you're an established carrier with a good reputation, and like you said, you think the facilities will seek your service,
Sure.
Doesn't it follow that the most likely scenario in which Helios gets any business is just when you can't respond quickly?
No, I think the most likely scenario is when we can't respond quickly, Superior will get the business as a currently certificated carrier in Santa Fe County.
Okay. Do you recall the case involving Albuquerque Fire and Rescue?
All too well.
Okay. And did Albuquerque Ambulance intervene and protest Albuquerque Fire and Rescue's application for certificate in Albuquerque?
I'm going to object as
Sustained. It's sustained. I don't really, I understand that he's going to intervene at that point. I don't need any questioning about another case.
And my line of questioning was just to the settlement agreement and to get it into the record that Albuquerque Ambulance settled that case in return for the city's agreement to help them keep other people out. And
Well,
Yeah.
you want to let me get that in, Mr. Lennon?
I don't want that in, Mr.
Okay.
Marks. I don't want
Okay.
that admitted as evidence through a witness.
Oh. That ends my cross.
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's see, who's next? Let's move on to Mr. Mauer.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Casper, so that I understand the questions that Mr. Marks asked you, is it your testimony that Albuquerque ambulance began operations in Santa Fe and Rio Arriba, the city of Santa Fe, in March of 2019?
Approximately correct, yes.
Okay, and that you have stationed equipment in this area to provide that service? Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You
Yes.
used the term in your testimony in dynamic scheduling program. Explain to me, I read your testimony and I don't understand what you mean by dynamic scheduling.
Sure. Dynamic scheduling is the process that we use to identify how many ambulances within our system should be staffed and on the road at any given point in time on any day and any day of the week. We use several years of historic data to predict the number of calls for service that we will have on any given day of the week and time of that day. It varies. So every day our schedule looks different based on that historic data. So as I'm looking at my clock on a Tuesday at 12:10 p.m., we may have a different number of units in service than on a Wednesday at 12:10 p.m. or at any point in time on a Saturday or a Friday. So our schedule is very dynamic based upon the predicted demand that we will have for the resources that we put on the road.
Okay. And is that, as I understood your testimony, is that program adjusted or looked at daily?
It is.
Okay. And is that how you then determine how many ambulances you make available in a given area to provide service?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to your operations in Santa Fe, have you, and I want to make sure I understood, have you, to the best of your knowledge, been contacted by St. Vincent's to provide services and told them that you were unable to do so or you could not do so in the time frame needed?
To the best of my knowledge, we haven't declined services requested of us by Christa St. Vincent.
Okay. And if you'd look at page 7 of your testimony,
okay.
in mine is starts line 12 with regard, is AAS able to quantify what effect granting of Helios application for authority would have on financial condition? Going on to page 8.
I see it.
Okay. Can you clarify for me, because I don't understand a comment you made about the estimates of call volume and Helios's or Mr. Priskoff's adjustment of 25% of that call volume as being not accurate. What do you mean by that testimony on page 7 and 8 with the projected call volumes?
I'm looking to see where that reference is to the 25%.
Okay, if you look at page 8, beginning on line 2, over the course of a full year, you testify that would be between 1,800 and 2,100 calls. Then you say this range is less than the projection found.
He said average.
Yeah,
Because we changed that testimony at the beginning of the testimony.
Okay,
today.
yeah. So I'm not sure. Can you explain to me why you believe that this range is maybe subject to challenge or it maybe is not accurate? Explain to me what you're talking about here.
I'm just reading that part of the paragraph.
Sure. Sure.
So I believe I'm just making reference to our projection of the volume that we would capture if based on Mr. Prieskop's testimony in the exhibit. And I'm simply pointing out that the average that over the course of the full year, based on his exhibit, we calculated it would be between 1,825 and 2,190 transports, and the average of that is less than the projections found in his exhibit.
In Mr. Prieskop's exhibit as to the call volume that Helios may receive.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, with regard to the operations of Albuquerque Ambulance in Santa Fe, your testimony beginning on page 8 and continuing on to page 9 discusses the average bill. And just so I'm clear, is this testimony what you're saying supports your estimate that Albuquerque Ambulance could lose between 1.2 and 1.9 million over a period of 3 years? Did I understand that testimony right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. And excuse me. So, Ms. Maggiore, are you there? Hi. You have any examination for this witness?
Yeah, mine is going to be very, very brief. On page 3, on my copy, it's line 5 through 8, but I think it's pretty clear that you are opposing Helios getting statewide authority. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, there are only 2 services in New Mexico that currently have statewide authority, that being Albuquerque Ambulance and Superior, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that you don't need statewide authority to provide mutual aid assistance to neighboring services?
Also correct.
All right. Did you listen to Mr. Prieskop's testimony?
Most of it, I had to leave for about, I think, an hour and a half to 2 hours for a COVID-related planning session, but I was there for most of his testimony and cross-examination.
All right. Do you recall me asking him about whether Helios would, if asked, drive to Carlsbad to take a patient from one facility to another in Carlsbad and then come back to Santa Fe? Do you recall that?
I do.
And that he didn't think that would be a problem for a startup operation such as Helios. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Isn't it true that an ambulance operation would lose significant money if it were to operate in that fashion?
Objection. Doesn't relate to this witness's file testimony.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, Ms. Maggiore, so I'm going to sustain the objection, please. Next question.
All right. As part of Albuquerque Ambulance, do you drive to Carlsbad to take a patient home and then come back to Albuquerque?
Objection.
Yeah, it's obviously reconfiguring the questioning to get the same evidence in, Ms. Maggiore. And like I may have said earlier, I don't believe in coming in through the back door if you can't come in through the front door.
Well, but it goes directly to his testimony about statewide authority.
Yeah, explain that to me. Which line and which page are you talking about?
Page 3, lines 5 through 8 on my copy.
Okay, I've got the same lines. I have what is your purpose in submitting this prepared testimony on behalf of AAS? And he says, I am submitting this prepared testimony to explain the grounds for AAS's opposition to the application submitted by Helios for statewide authority to provide ambulance service with equipment station in Santa Fe. Well, you know, I think that the question and the answer are both extremely broad, and your question and line of questioning is not extremely broad. So with all respect, I don't think despite your argument, I don't think your line of questioning is within the scope of the question on line 3 and the answer on line 5 of page 3 of his direct testimony. So I'll sustain the objection.
Let me ask it this way.
That's what I was afraid of. Go ahead. Try 3.
Why are you opposing a grant of statewide authority to Helios?
I think it just goes, it speaks to the, partially speaks to the answer that I gave before in terms of the manner by which ambulances are certificated in the state of New Mexico, and our interest in ensuring that we're able to sustain viable operations in all of the areas in which we operate. Part of sustaining viable operations is ensuring that that we provide responsible services. Certainly don't believe it's a responsible decision for a service attempting to remain viable to elect to travel 4.5 hours to do a simple interfacility transfer, travel 4.5 hours back. And
that would be the
so
side door. So you're answering previous question. I consider that coming in through the side door, but I kind of got the point, Ms. Maggiore. I don't think you need to continue with the line of questioning. And sorry to interrupt you, Chief Casper, but you basically are answering the previous questions, not the question that was just asked. So anyhow, I don't think that's within the realm of your direct testimony on page 3 and lines 5 through 8, which are very general answer to a very general question, and you're giving a very specific answer to a question which has already been sustained, an objection has been sustained. So I'm going to cut you off at that point. Next question, Ms. Maggiore.
That's all I have for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being succinct. Let's see. Mr. Borman, are you still online there? Yeah, you are.
I am right here. I do not have questions.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Bartel, because Mr. Marks was interested and he took some redirect type testimony, examination. Do you have any redirect that you think you're entitled to in this
Mr. Hearing
situation?
Examiner, this is Ray Padilla. You haven't given me an opportunity to cross-examine.
Oh, Mr. Padilla, I'm so sorry. How did that happen? I don't know how that happened because you're right there on my screen. Okay, my apologies. Please do so.
Mr. Casper, with regard to this statewide operation, we've got 4 ambulance services that are testifying here today. Are there more than 4 ambulance services in the state of New Mexico?
Of course.
Do you have any idea how many more?
I have no idea.
Okay. You were asked some questions about Presbyterian owning a hospital in Espanola, and you said yes. Is there an ambulance service associated with a hospital in Espanola?
There is.
Is that a separate and independent ambulance service from Albuquerque Ambulance Service?
It's a separate ambulance service from Albuquerque Ambulance Service, but also a wholly owned subsidiary of Presbyterian Healthcare Services.
So potentially operating in Rio Grande County could affect that ambulance service, correct?
It's possible, yes.
Does Presbyterian Healthcare have any other ambulance services that are associated with any of its other 9 hospitals in the state of New Mexico?
We do. We also operate an ambulance service in Ruidoso with Lincoln County EMS.
And in this case, have you seen anything at all that indicates what the impact of an ambulance, a statewide authority would have on these ambulance services that are outside of Santa Fe County?
Objection. It's outside his direct testimony.
Yeah.
If I may be heard, he specifically addressed the lack of evidence coming from the pre-file testimony of Mr. Prescott on statewide operations outside of Santa Fe County.
Where is that, Mr. Bartel? I'm looking at his testimony.
Well, if we look at AAS Exhibit 1, starting on page 3, line 14, he addresses the lack of evidence and the confusing nature of what it is that Helios is even applying for.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's let the testimony in and I'll give it the weight I think is the value of it. So go ahead, Mr. Casper, you can answer the question.
Mr. Padilla, can you restate the question for me?
Mr. Lennon,
Yes,
can I
Mr.
make a
Barnes.
foundation objection? If we're going to get this in, let's find out if he even has made an analysis.
Let him ask the question again. If you want to object again, we'll roll on it. Go ahead.
I can't remember the specific question. Can I ask the court reporter to read it back, please?
Sure, Ms. Hoyman.
You're muted, Mrs. Hoyman.
Question, and in this case, have you seen anything at all that indicates what the impact of an ambulance, a statewide authority, would have on these ambulance services that are outside of Santa Fe County?
Right. So, thank you. I appreciate that. So, I think my answer would be.
And my objection is the way the question is phrased. It's a yes, no question. Have you seen anything? But the way he's going to answer it, my objection is to lack of foundation, that we need to establish whether this witness has made any assessment of the impact of this application on Ruidoso or the other subjects of the question.
Whether there is any, and it calls for continued speculation. Is that correct, Mr. Marks?
Not just, it may not. We just don't know if this witness has done any analysis other than a seat of the pants answer as he's sitting here.
Well, let me ask him, Mr. Casper, have you done any analysis regarding effect on the others?
Sir, it's my understanding that it's the applicant's responsibility to do the analysis on the impact that it would have when it's making its application. So our answers and my statements in my direct testimony are that we don't know necessarily what impact it may or may not have. In this case, in Ruidoso, it's their responsibility to show that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Padilla.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, my question was really going to that portion of section 65-2A-13C, which says if the application pertains to ambulance service, the burden of proving the ambulance service that currently exists in the territory sought in the application is inadequate, and the proposed service is directly responsive to a public need and demand for the service proposed. That's the burden.
Specifically for Espanola, correct?
Well, for Espanola and for the other ambulance services that are owned or controlled by Presbyterian Healthcare, whether or not Mr. Casper is aware of any proof, I guess, showing, even addressing the inadequacy of the ambulance services, the many, many other ambulance services in the state of New Mexico.
And wasn't his answer essentially that it's not his burden of proof to do so? Mr. Padilla, wasn't that his response?
Yes.
Okay. So that kind of ends the line of questioning. Am I wrong?
His response was, it's not his burden to make Helios's case. What
Right.
I'm asking is the opposite. Has Helios, to his knowledge, not made the case with regard to Albuquerque and to ambulance services that are owned or controlled by Presbyterian Healthcare?
Mr. Casper, answer that question.
Sure, I do not
It's-
believe in the exhibits that I've seen that Helios has made the case that there are deficient services.
Okay, thank you. I might have cut someone off. Was that Mr. Marks? You wanted to object?
I mean, I don't see what the value of
Okay.
calling for the legal conclusion about the weight of the evidence. And I think we've established that the witness has not made any factual analysis.
Well, thank you. That's the kind of argument you might have would have made on some sort of closing, but you've got it in at a time when it's perhaps more effective. So that's in. Okay. Mr. Padilla, you got any more questions?
Mr. Casper, let me ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Archuleta. Based upon your experience and knowledge, would it be in the public interest for the application of Helios to be granted?
No, I don't believe it would be in the public interest.
Why is that?
I believe the existing certificated ambulance providers have the ability to expand the services that we are providing if it's necessary. And an additional certificated ambulance service, whether it's local or statewide, has the ability to potentially erode any of the call volume that any of us are currently providing, which inherently potentially destabilizes the system.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. And once again, I'm sorry I skipped over top of you. I don't know how that happened. Brad has already said that he doesn't have any question, but since there have been additional testimony, I'm going to ask you again, Mr. Borman, do you have any questions?
I do not. Thank you for asking.
And thank you, sir. Like I was beginning to say, Mr. Marks actually had a little recross examination. So isn't that true, Mr. Marks? Is my memory correct?
I don't believe I have. I've asked him many.
Okay, well,
I've made some argument, but in any event, I think Mr. Bartel would be entitled to redirect.
Well, I'm leaving
my original cross.
I'm going to leave the testimony open and maybe offer to any other counsel. Do they have any other questions of this witness at this time?
Well,
Okay,
I do have a few redirect examination questions, but
okay,
otherwise,
but
I'll
you
defer.
know, your direct
Anybody's ready,
testimony is already in. You know, you can't redirect on cross-examination. What's the nature of your question, sir, Mr. Bartel?
Well, it goes to cross-examination elicited by Mr. Marks.
Okay, so essentially it's rehabilitation after the cross-examination. I'm going to allow you to ask those questions because I extended the same courtesy to Mr. Marks essentially, and I'd like to hear from your witness through you, Mr. Bartel. Please proceed.
Chief Casper, do you recall being asked about the projections of potential economic loss stemming from the call volume of Rocky Mountain EMS that Mr. Marks directed to you?
Yes.
So first of all, from the time that Albuquerque Ambulance Service obtained its certificate in March of 2019, has Albuquerque Ambulance Service attempted to take over any of Rocky Mountain EMS's existing customers?
No.
So consequently, is Albuquerque Ambulance Service able to do anything other than project what might happen if Rocky Mountain EMS goes out of business by way of formulating its potential economic loss in this case?
I'm objecting to the form of the question.
Well, overruled, you can answer. Are you allowed to do any? you know, it speaks for itself. It's what lawyers ask questions when they already know the answer. Matter of fact, one of the rules is only ask a question when you know the answer. And I think Mr. Bartel knows. Who's that laughing? Mr. Maurer, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
anyhow, Mr. Bartel knows the answer to the question, but you know, lawyers ask those questions anyhow to get them on the record. So Mr. Casper, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow you to answer the question. What's the answer?
My answer was no.
So turning our attention, Chief Casper, to the table on page 9 of your testimony, AAS Exhibit 1, where it's based on the projections from Mr. Priestkopf's Exhibit MP-03. Do you see that?
I do.
Does Albuquerque Ambulance Service have the capacity, if the demand arose, to perform the call volume that's being projected for years 1 through 3 as reflected on that table?
Yes.
Are you able to, at this point, with any accuracy, predict whether or not Albuquerque Ambulance Service would in fact take on all of that call volume if Rocky Mountain EMS was no longer able to provide the service?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, yes, if he's able to predict. So overruled, you can answer, are you able to predict or you're not able to predict?
I would hope that I could predict that Albuquerque Ambulance would fill any void left by Rocky Mountain EMS no longer servicing their clients.
So that's a yes with some additional information. Next question.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bartel, you're welcome. I believe we completed testimony of this witness. Does everyone agree? Thank you. Mr. Casper, you are released. The next witness, do we need a break, Mr. Maurer? It's 11:30. I don't think so.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Well,
12:30.
let's discuss
It's
one other thing.
12:30.
Actually, it's
12:30.
Pardon me, it is
12:30.
12:30.
No.
What I'd like to do, I believe we have one more witness, and it's Jason Montoya. Is that correct, Mr. Borman?
That's our only witness. I don't believe there are any others.
I don't believe there's any others either. I've got a little checklist and a little diagram here to keep track of all these people. How long do you anticipate Mr. Montoya might take? Do you have any estimate, Mr. Borman?
Well, I guess that depends on the cross-examination.
Absolutely.
Introducing his testimony should take 5 minutes. So
Well, let me ask Mr. Marks. Do you have any idea how long you might take with Mr. Montoya?
5 minutes or less.
Well, that's telling me that we ought to do Mr. Montoya before we take a lunch break, and maybe we can conclude this hearing before any lunch break.
if I may, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I don't imagine that Mr. Marks would be the primary individual who would cross-examine Mr. Montoya. I believe it would probably be the other parties.
Yeah. Well, let's ask around and see what they have to say. Mr. Maurer, how long do you think you're going to need with Mr. Montoya?
10, 15 minutes.
All right, that means a half an hour. Okay, let's ask Mr. Bartel. How long do you think you're gonna need?
I would say 10 or 15 minutes. Understanding it might be in half an hour.
Mr. Padilla?
You can probably put me in the same category as Mr. Maurer.
So it sounds like a couple hours. So it sounds like we should take a lunch break then. Is everybody interested in taking a lunch break and then reconvening for Mr. Montoya afterwards?
Yes, sir.
All right. You know, we took a half hour the other day, and it was a really quick half hour. I tried to cram in some work in between and answer some emails. But I think a half hour is appropriate because we're at home or we're in our offices and we don't have to leave the office to go get anything to eat. So I'd propose another half hour. Is everybody in agreement to take a half an hour?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got some nodding heads. That's good. We're going to
Yeah,
take
we can make that work.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. It's 12:40 approximately, maybe 12:39. So let's come back at 10 minutes after 1, and we'll begin with Mr. Montoya. It's going to break. The YouTube is going to continue to run because I'm not sure how to turn it off. And I'm just going to allow this to continue to run. We'll see everybody in a half an hour. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You have one new message. You have 2 messages. New message. Hey, Fred, this is
Mr. Maurer, you may want to mute your
got
phone.
a call from me at train for.
Mr. Maurer, how you doing? This is Jason. You may want to mute your phone. I think we're getting some background voicemail.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Are you gonna resume your hearing? Got a minute to call Raymond? And we'll do it afterwards. Tell him I thought you were in the middle of it. Doesn't matter. He just wants to touch base. He's not coming in again today. Carol is keys. That's what he told me, Carol is keys. But for sure tomorrow he's coming down. I'm sure he's a little sicker than right now. Yeah.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if you were speaking, we can't hear you. And Mr. Mauer, there seems to be a lot of background noise. Could you possibly mute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am. I think it's the ambulances that are going by.
Can you hear me now, Miss?
We can.
You can. All right, and there's Mr. Padilla. So I think all the cast of characters have returned. A few minutes more than a half an hour. Thank you all for trying to keep that to a half an hour. And the next witness would be Jason Montoya. I have a copy of the staff exhibit in my hand. Mr. Borman, are you ready to proceed?
Yeah, are we on the record?
Oh, let's go on the record, Ms. Stenographer, please. Yeah, now we are on the record. Thank you,
Okay.
sir. And I'll swear him in as soon as you like to, if you introduce your witness.
Well, I would call Jason Montoya.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
There you go. Please stand up, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Have a seat and let's proceed, Mr. Borman.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission and currently serving multiple capacities. I am the Chief of Staff, the Interim Transportation Division Director, and also the Pipeline Safety Bureau Chief.
As part of your duties, at least in regard to the Transportation Division, did you review the application by Helios that is the subject of this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
And based upon that review, did you prepare or participate in preparing testimony regarding that application?
Yes, I did.
Okay, you should have Staff Exhibit 1. Do you have that?
I do.
Okay, can you identify what that is?
Staff's Exhibit 1 is the direct testimony of Jason N. Montoya on behalf of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Transportation Division staff, and it's dated October 27th, 2020.
Was staff exhibit 1 prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or corrections to staff exhibit 1?
I do not.
If I asked you the same questions today as are set forth in staff exhibit 1, would your answers be the same?
Yes,
Would those answers be true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
yes, they would be.
And do you adopt staff exhibit 1 as your sworn testimony in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. At this time, I move admission of staff exhibit 1.
Any objections? Okay, there being no objections, staff exhibit number 1 has been marked and is admitted into evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya is available for cross-examination.
Okay, let's start with Mr. Marks. Mr. Marks, do you wish to examine Mr. Montoya?
Just a few.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Montoya.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marks.
Did you have occasion to read all the testimony filed by interveners in this case?
Yes, for the most part, I have reviewed the testimony that's been filed.
Okay. And it appeared to me that you've been present through both days of our hearing.
I have been present, however, I've been multitasking, hence the reason for no video the entire time. I didn't want to have any distractions for the hearing.
Okay, but you've been trying to listen in.
I have been trying to listen in on all of it.
Okay. And has staff's position changed from what you put in your direct testimony based on anything that you read in intervener's testimony or anything that you've heard in the hearing?
No, my testimony wouldn't change or be different today.
Okay. And I think it's come up in this case, and I'm sure you're aware that there's another proceeding by which AMR is seeking to get a certificate in Santa Fe County. You aware of that?
I'm aware of it, yes.
Okay. Would staff still see a need for Helios to be granted a certificate, whether or not AMR is successful in that proceeding?
Again, Mr. Marks, my testimony, my direct testimony filed wouldn't change depending on that. The results.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Let's continue on. And thank you, Mr. Montoya. Let's continue on to hear any examination from Mr. Maurer. Mr. Maurer, are you ready? Can't hear you. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Montoya. And first of all, let me take this opportunity to thank you for all your hard work. Done a lot of work at the PRC, and I understand the volume of everything you're trying to address.
Thank you.
You would agree with me, isn't it true, that your testimony that was just adopted by you and put into the record as Exhibit 1 was prepared and filed before you sat in and listened to the testimony in this case, correct?
Correct.
Right. You would agree with me that some of the findings you made, as an example, on page 4 and 5, with regard to, as an example, fitness or satisfying financial responsibilities of the Motor Carrier Act, were your conclusions were drawn before you heard the testimony in this case, correct?
Correct.
Have you gone back and examined the Form E on file in this case for Helios to determine if it has the right amount of insurance as required by the rules and regs of this commission?
Yeah, as a result of the testimony during the first day, I have.
And is it true that the applicant has admitted that its insurance form is inadequate?
Based on the Form E, I don't know that they've responded that it was inadequate. I may have not been present or paying attention at that time, but it appears, if you're referring to the insurance requirements, it appears there's an issue there that needs to be addressed.
Okay. And so your conclusion that they have satisfied financial responsibilities of the Motor Carrier Act with regard to insurance levels is not accurate at this time, correct?
That would be correct.
And it's true, isn't it? You heard the testimony of the applicant that they blame staff for that mistake.
I don't know if they blame staff or not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. In your testimony on page 4, you made a statement that the Transportation Division is currently aware of an increase in demand for ambulance services. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did you do any kind of study on a statewide basis to make that conclusion?
No, neither myself nor staff have done any statewide studies.
So as an example, there were no phone calls made to hospitals in the state of New Mexico to determine whether there has been an increase and how big that increase is. True?
I personally did not make any phone calls, just in our daily business and communication with these hospitals and ambulance service providers. A lot of information is brought to our attention.
And it's true, isn't it, that you did not make any contact with existing carriers to determine if they had adequate equipment to meet this alleged need, correct?
That's correct. I did not make any contact with any carriers.
So you can't testify that existing carriers cannot meet existing need for service, can you?
I don't think I'm here to testify to that.
Okay. Now let me ask a question. Is it your understanding under the current Motor Carrier Act that you cannot grant a statewide authority?
Well, I've been listening to that discussion, and I think it's a gray area, to be honest with you. It doesn't say you can, doesn't say you're prohibited from issuing statewide authority. There's language in the statute, 65288F to be exact, that talks about generally being authorized, but it doesn't state the opposite, nor does it appear, based on my review, to prohibit statewide authority.
Okay, so you're taking the position today that it's a gray area that staff will have to make a determination over.
It's a gray area, definitely, in how somebody could interpret the statute, for sure. I think there's an opportunity to fix and the language itself. However, it's up to the commission to grant authority, not staff.
Since you've been director, has staff and under your direction granted any carrier statewide authority?
No, they have not.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Montoya, for your patience and once again for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Okay, let's hear from Ms. Maggiore. Any questions? Unmute yourself, please, Ann.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Montoya. I just have a few questions for you. The issue of statewide authority was raised by this application. And did you do anything to determine whether the grant of statewide authority would be detrimental to any other carriers anywhere else in the state?
No, I did not do any evaluation pertaining to that.
And you understand the difference between mutual aid and statewide authority, correct?
Yes, I believe I do.
Right, you understand that statewide authority would not be necessary for Helios to perform mutual aid activities pursuant to agreements with other departments, right?
I'm not exactly sure I could answer that question at this moment. I have to do some research on it, to be honest with you.
Are you familiar with mutual aid agreements between emergency services?
Somewhat.
All right, but in the statute, speaking about statewide authority, it doesn't say anything about mutual aid agreements, does it?
The sections that I referenced they're in the cross with Mr. Maurer and have researched. My recollection is they do not talk about the mutual aid, specifically those sections itself. There may be mutual aid references in other parts of the statute and rules.
All right, with respect to the Helios application, the PRC application form TD3 on page 4 of 12, it details what's to be provided in Exhibit B to an application. Is that correct?
Yes, the form will provide guidance material for any and all applicants to follow.
All right, and subsection 1 requires affidavits or other evidence upon which the applicant intends to rely to show that the applicant is fit and able.
Does council have a copy that they could show, Mr. Montoya?
Sure, I have the skills to put it up on the screen, but it's the application form, page 4, that was in the application.
You have that, Mr. Montoya, in front of you?
Yes, I believe as long as we're looking at the same document, page 4 would highlight requirements of Exhibit B, E, and D.
Yes, page 4, Exhibit B.
Okay, I have that before me.
All right.
Question?
Helios's application didn't contain any affidavits other than the one it took from AMR's application. Is that correct?
I don't believe that to be correct based on staff's review of application. We may be interpreting affidavits a little differently, but I look at page, if we refer to the same exhibit, page 10, there's an oath with the signature, which is typical of most and all applications that we receive. I guess somebody could consider that an affidavit since it is notarized.
Okay, but Exhibit B1 asks for affidavits or other evidence upon which the applicant intends to rely to show that they're fit and able. Isn't that correct?
That's what it says, yes.
All right. Other than the oath, and let's set that aside for a minute because I don't think it quite fits into there. The only affidavit within the application is the one that was taken from AMR's application. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed AMR's application.
But you did review Helios's application, right?
That is correct because I'm giving direct testimony on this case, not AMR's.
Okay, were you aware that the affidavit of Lillian Montoya that was included in that application was actually taken?
Objection, facts not in evidence. The affidavit that Ms. Majori is talking about is attached to direct testimony of Mr. Priestkopf. It's not included in the application. And
She's asking if Mr. Montoya is aware of it.
but she's stating that's included in the application and it's not. We're going to create a confused record.
Well, if it's not an application, Mr. Montoya can respond that he didn't see that in the application because it wasn't in the application. Mr. Montoya, was there in the application, was there a affidavit of Lillian Montoya?
I do not see one in Exhibit B.
Thank you. Next question.
All right, as part of Exhibit B, there were numerous, I guess, letters. Are you familiar with those?
Yes, I am.
And did you notice that some of them are not signed?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And it looks like all but one are not signed. Is that correct?
Yeah, one, possibly two, depending on how you take Miss Montesa M. Valdez's signature line. If you accept that as an electronic signature, it could be considered one. Possibly even the same with Miss Rebecca Reinhardt. Those two do not have an actual physical signature applied to them.
Do you consider those as affidavits?
The practice of our review of an application during the 60-day completeness has accepted these as Exhibit B documents that would allow us to proceed with the notification and subject the application to protest or objection. These ones, similar to some of the applications that we've received in the past, look to be very similar. And so we have accepted this as an affidavit or substantial information for Exhibit B.
All right, so you accept unsigned documents that are not sworn as affidavits in compliance with Exhibit B1's requirements. Is that correct?
We have conducted a 60-day completeness review of Helios' application and have accepted the document submitted as Exhibit B. And if I may, in their entirety, not one over the other. We didn't prioritize any of them. In their entirety, we've accepted Exhibit B.
If we define the term affidavit as sworn testimony, other than the oath, were there any affidavits presented within this application?
There haven't been any additional affidavits provided with the exception what's included in the application itself, to my knowledge.
Using the definition sworn testimony.
Using the definition of an affidavit as sworn testimony, yes.
And I think he answered the question. I just wanted to be specific so there would be no misunderstanding as to his response. Because, you know, you can define words differently, and laypersons and lawyers define words such as affidavit differently. I'm just saying that to say so that the record is correct. Moving forward.
All right, Mr. Montoya, you are aware of complaints that have been filed against Rocky Mountain EMS in your capacity as Transportation Division Director?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, I am aware.
And you're aware that there's an open investigation into a failure to provide adequate service?
I don't know that there's an actual open investigation because the cases I'm aware of have either been filed and the reports have either been submitted and are up for commission consideration if those are the ones you're referring to, just to be clear on the question.
All right, so you're aware that there are issues that have been raised regarding the adequacy of service being provided, correct?
Yes, I am aware.
All right. You're also aware that there have been issues raised about unsafe practices?
Yes, I'm aware.
All right. And you're also aware that Mr. Erskine, who's one of the partners in Helios, was at Rocky Mountain EMS for 16 years?
Yes, I'm aware of that. I don't know the exact time frame he was with Rocky Mountain per se, but I am aware that he's a former employee.
And he's a former employee who had management responsibilities?
Yes.
And during that time, during his tenure in management at Rocky Mountain EMS, there were complaints and investigations regarding the adequacy and the safety of that service. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that to be correct. I don't have a timeline here in front of me, but it's my recollection that he was an employee when at least one of the investigations was being conducted.
You're aware that he was in management though, correct?
Yes.
All right. Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Let's move on to the next one, which would be Mr. Padilla, and I have not forgotten you this time.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya, you've been with PRC for approximately 10, 11 years now, is that correct?
That's correct.
I think you said you started in 2010?
That's correct.
You're wearing several hats these days. What position did you start in?
I started in as the Pipeline Safety Bureau Chief.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, I started as the Pipeline Safety Bureau Chief in February 2010.
Okay. With regard to your duties and your knowledge concerning Transportation Division, how long have you been involved with the Transportation Division?
The Pipeline Safety Bureau is part of the Transportation Division at the PRC. So I've been a part of that division since being hired in February 2010.
So since 2010, have you worked directly with the commission? I mean, do you go to commission meetings and work?
Perhaps council can restate his question.
I'm interested in whether you have regular communication with the commissioners as opposed to talking to their attorneys, for example, and then the communication goes from you through the attorney.
Well, in the chief of staff capacity, there is routinely conversation with the commission about the day-to-day operations, workload, resources, staffing levels, legislation. So under the chief of staff capacity, yes. Under the transportation division director capacity, our discussion and conversations meetings do not include commissioners. Likewise with the Pipeline Safety Bureau chief position.
Okay, so do I understand that you have certified the application for Helios to be complete, correct?
Ms. Padilla, I wouldn't say the word certified. I don't know that I don't put a professional engineer license on it, but we have verified that it meets the 60-day completeness review of what we conduct during the application. If certified is the word, then we have reviewed the application for completeness within that 60-day time frame required and published it for notice.
Okay, the reason I asked the question is because I have a document that is entitled certification and it's signed by you on June 30th of 2020. And it just says, I, Jason N. Montoya, Interim Transportation Division Director, hereby certify that the application for the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity to provide ambulance services as required by 18.3.2.14 NMAC satisfies the 60-day completeness requirement of NMSA 1978, section 65-2A-36E. So is that intended just to say the application meets the 60-day requirement of completeness?
That would be that certification. That certification gets published with most, if not all, of our applications that we receive in transportation: permits, certificates, warrants, anything that gets noticed. It's become a practice of ours to submit that along with the application, certifying that it meets that part of the rule. I don't recall exactly how it came about, but I believe it was an agreement between staff and the Office of General Counsel that something like that should be included in the document.
What is a 60-day completeness requirement?
So the best way I can describe it, and this is how we've implemented it, is from the day we are in receipt of an application, there's a 60-day time frame that we try to have the applicant meet and submit all of the exhibits required. We are available to provide guidance and what our expectations are and information needed to within 60 days per rule. I believe the 60-day may be per rule. It might be even in statute, to be honest with you. But that is what a 60-day completeness review. We literally have a time frame from when we receive an official application, and I guess somebody could say that is when the check is received. That gives us the ability to file it and proceed with reviewing the form itself and all of the exhibits contained and provide comment or feedback to the applicant and what might be missing or any additional information that we might need or require.
So would it be fair to say that under the statute and under the regulations, if somebody submits an application, your office has to review that in a relatively prompt manner, and if there are shortcomings, have to go back to the applicant, have the shortcomings corrected, and ultimately end up within a 60-day period with a complete application? Otherwise, the process starts all over again. Would that be correct?
That'd be a fair analysis of what would be our practice at the commission.
Okay, so when you say you review for completeness, what does that mean? Simply that all the boxes have been checked?
Well, it could be as little as making sure that all of the exhibits are provided as required. You know, it's a pretty general completeness review. I wouldn't say that there is a financial review. I wouldn't necessarily say that an assessment or an evaluation is conducted as part of the completeness review. We are basically ensuring that the applicant has provided a complete form, has paid the appropriate fee, and has also provided us with the exhibits as required on the form.
Okay, so for example, the exhibit for insurance, the Form E, you would ensure that there is a Form E, correct?
That is correct.
And would typically speaking, would you not ensure that the Form E evidences that the minimum amount of insurance required by the commission is provided for on that Form E?
Yes, that is correct. And there's an obvious oversight on behalf of our review.
Okay, when you say obvious oversight, what you're saying is that in this particular case, the Form E that is in this application for Helios says that they have $1 million in liability insurance, and the rule with the PRC says $1.5 million, correct?
That is correct.
And that $1.5 million has been required for several years now, correct?
I don't know exactly when it was required, but that's what's in the current requirements.
Okay. Now, with regard to Exhibit G, which is a copy of either a certificate of workers' compensation insurance or a certificate of exemption from the Workers' Compensation Administration as required by 18.3.2.13B9, in this application, there's a request that the commission waive that requirement, correct? It would be Exhibit G.
Yeah, there's a request, obviously, to waive that requirement because of the number of employees that Helios currently has wouldn't meet the requirements of needing workers' comp.
But that request is made to the commission, correct?
That is an exhibit submitted as part of the application. I'm not certain a request to the commission has been submitted.
Okay, but there is no certificate of exemption from the Workers' Compensation Administration in this application, is there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. With regard to the driver information, there's two documents that deal with Department of Transportation. They're DOT medical cards. This should be in Exhibit E. I think the two cards would be like the 4th and 5th pages of Exhibit E.
I'm not following where council is referring to. Exhibit E of the
Exhibit
application.
E to the application.
I don't see multiple pages of that Exhibit E.
well, their pages aren't numbered, but there are 6 pages in that exhibit. There's 2 pages that are DOT medical cards. That's what I'm referring to. The first page says a driver's list and MVRs, which identifies Mr. Priosk and Mr. Erskine. The second page is a driving record for Mr. Priosk. The third page is a driving history for Mr. Erskine. The fourth page is a self-certification. And then we come to these 2 DOT medical cards. Do you see those now, Mr. Montoya?
Yes, Mr. Padilla, I do. If you're referring to the DOT medical cards, and then I believe it starts with Marcus Prescott.
Yes, sir.
Are you referring to?
I'm concerned with the second one.
Oh, okay.
And it's really difficult to read, but there's already been testimony in this case, and I think you may have listened to it, that date for expiration of Mr. Erskine's DOT certification is February 6th of 2020. I don't know if you can read it or not.
Yeah, Ms. Padilla, it's difficult to read, but I think it actually says August 6th, 2020.
Okay, even if it says August 6th of 2020, it's currently expired, right?
Currently, it is expired per this form.
Okay, so that would not be sufficient for you. That would have to be corrected in order for authority to be granted, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Now, you stated that you reviewed the application. Did you go through the application personally, page by page?
Yes, there's quite a bit of information in the application. I reviewed I have a PDF copy of it, and it's about 518 pages. And so, yeah, I have reviewed it thoroughly, with the exception of the actual procedures. We haven't really dug into them. We've acknowledged them as a required exhibit. In my opinion, that would be, upon approval, obviously, that would be something that we would look into a little more closely as part of the Compliance and Investigations Bureau, not the Applications Bureau.
When did you do this review?
Well, initially, when we first got it, I started to kind of review it, the beginning of it, to ensure that it has the application form, it has the oath, it has payment, and then just periodically over time, I've continued to reference back to the application. I've referenced it during the first day and today. So throughout the entire process, I don't have exact dates and times of when I opened the document and read it, but I've referred back to it. Even when I prepared my direct testimony, I referred back to the application.
Did you review the document yourself, or did you have staff assisting you in the review?
I reviewed the document myself, as well as staff. Staff have also reviewed the document, and there's only one other staff member that would have participated in that review.
So would it be fair for me to conclude then that you reviewed the entire application before you had this certificate signed on June 30th of 2020?
Yes, that'd be fair.
Okay. Now, you're certifying an application doesn't mean that the license, that it's in compliance with law, does it?
Depending on how somebody responds to that question, if you may want to rephrase it, but the approval is subject to the commission, not staff certification.
Okay, so ultimately the commission has to determine whether or not things like, for example, not having a sufficient amount of insurance shown in the initial application would be reason to deny the application, correct?
Yes, correct. I would expect that to be corrected prior to approval.
We're already at a hearing here, so when do these things get corrected if we've got a hearing and we've got all the evidence in?
I don't know the answer to that question.
In your direct testimony, and I'm talking about page 1, starting at line 16, the question is, what's the purpose of your testimony in this case? And you say, this testimony serves to provide supplemental information and staff's position on the application of Helios. What do you mean supplemental information?
Staff's position in itself would be considered supplemental information from the application, in my opinion.
Okay, would that include the information that you've provided with regard to certain specific statutes and rules?
Mr. Padilla, if you could be more specific, I could refer to my direct testimony if you have that.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I was just going to, throughout my direct testimony, I do reference statutes such as the Motor Carrier Act, what the commission, not staff, are required to do.
Okay, so I'm just curious, is that what you mean by supplemental information? Basically stating what the statute says and then leading to whatever conclusions staff may reach as a result thereof?
Sure, that could be supplemental information because obviously the information from the protests are already part of the docket, so it'd be hard to say that being supplemental. I guess that's what you're asking. But yeah, definitely the standards included in this testimony, the facts that the commission should consider in reviewing the request of supplemental information, and then a position that staff takes on the application itself when I filed the direct testimony.
Okay, we're talking about the position that staff takes.
Okay.
On page, let's see. Page 5, I believe it is. I don't see a specific, the question is, does staff recommend granting a certificate to the applicant? And there's a couple of fairly long paragraphs, but I don't see anything in here that says staff recommends for or against. Am I incorrect?
Well, I guess the word position is probably not included. I'm more referring to that at on page 5, line 4. The protesting parties have not presented sufficient information that would prevent staff from recommending approval. That could be a position.
Okay, but at this point, at least when you signed this testimony, there's not a specific recommendation in there for approval or disapproval, correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you decided to quote or to make reference to certain aspects of the Motor Carrier Act, for example, you cited to section 65-2A-8 B, C, and D. Did you attempt to make reference to all provisions in the Motor Carrier Act that might have applicability to this case?
Mr. Padilla, can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Well, I guess what I'm interested in is, I see in your application, you specifically referred to section 65-2A-8, B, C, and D. Okay, but you didn't say anything about 65-2A-8F, which you testified to is the territorial section. So I'm just wondering whether or not you sort of picked the provisions of the statute that you wanted to highlight and didn't deal with all of them, or whether you made an attempt to deal with every statutory provision that might be applicable to this particular proceeding.
Well, I mean, I guess the fact that 65-2A-8F is not referenced does not ignore its requirements. So I guess one could have answered that question in multiple and various ways. What sections I decided to pick on are the most important, in my opinion, before the commission shall issue a certificate.
Okay, so by the same token, then section 65-2A-18, which deals with financial responsibility, is not referred to in your testimony, correct?
I have to read my entire testimony to make sure. So if you bear with me here. And to make sure I understand, you said 65-2A-16?
18, sir.
18, okay. It does not appear that I referenced 65-2A-18 specifically in my testimony.
And isn't it a fact that financial responsibility is really one of the highlighted, the top of the list items that the commission is concerned with? And by that, I mean, isn't a lack of appropriate financial ability one of the few items that could result in an immediate suspension of a license without a hearing?
I don't know that I have the answer to that question, Ms. Padilla.
Okay, well, as the Director of Transportation, aren't you responsible for being familiar with the statutes and the rules?
Yes, sir, but I don't make a decision on approving or denying an application.
Okay, but in reviewing the application, don't you look at the application with an eye towards making sure it complies with the statute and the rules?
Yes, sir. And regarding financial responsibility, it's the Form E document that we've already discussed. It's not a financial assessment of how they're going to conduct business, in my opinion. It's not looking at what revenues they're going to derive and expenditures they're going to absorb. We don't get into that level of detail in the application.
Okay. In several of your answers, you say staff believes. When you say staff believes something, what are you intending to convey?
Mr. Padilla, I guess if you could be more specific on your question.
Well, let me see if I can find one of the.
And to help stream this along, I think I found one, for example, on page 4, line 7, staff also believes that Helios will provide a useful public service responsive to a public demand or need. And a better way to interpret that and respond to your question, I guess I would say that we're projecting that Helios will provide a useful public service responsive to a public demand or need because we believe that to be true. Since they're not currently providing that service, I can't say one way or another. We believe it to be true.
Okay, and you follow that sentence up on line 7 by saying the Transportation Division is currently aware of increased demand, and you make reference to COVID-19. Is that the primary basis for your beliefs? Is COVID-19 and the hopefully temporary situation that it's creating?
I would not say that it's my primary reason.
Okay, well, what'd you say?
And if you could restate the question on what my primary reason is for again?
Well, you say staff believes Helios will provide a useful public service responsive to public demand or need. And then you immediately after that, you say the Transportation Division is currently aware of an increase in demand that is driving the need for more ambulance service throughout the state. This demand is exacerbated by COVID-19. Okay, you said that's not your only criteria, it's COVID-19. I'm interested in what is your other criteria for determining that there's a need throughout the state?
Well, Mr. Padilla, if you continue reading the same testimony, it also says that staff is aware, at the same time, the Transportation Division and Commission have received multiple comments, concerns, and complaints throughout the state regarding the availability of safe, continuous, and adequate ambulance service. If you continue to read my testimony on the last page, I've also, I think it's there, let me make sure. I'm sorry, on the same page, page 4, line 16, it continues to state, at this time, the Transportation Division has multiple open investigation and enforcement cases regarding ambulance services in the state of New Mexico, some of which involve protesters in this case. So that is another underlining reason why we believe, staff believe, I believe will provide a useful public service responsive to a public demand or need. There have been multiple complaints filed with the Transportation Division. I don't know that it's appropriate for me to get into detail of those complaints. Some are subject to investigation, some are subject to other cases. There's also annually, the Transportation Division staff conduct ambulance inspections, and over time, historically, there have been issues with ambulance providers that need to be addressed that impact our decision to decide if that is a safe and if they are continuing to provide a safe, continuous, and adequate service.
And typically when an ambulance provider is found to be deficient in some manner or other, they're given an opportunity to correct that. True?
Typically when an inspection is conducted, not so typically when an investigation is conducted.
Okay. In the case of Rocky Mountain, the one that's going to be heard in January, there was an investigation that later on there was a requirement for a second investigation, and there was a reinstatement, correct?
Yes, the events that occurred on a timeline are confusing to say the least regarding that case. There's inspections and investigations that were conducted simultaneously. So depending on which one you're asking about, it could be a different answer. But generally speaking, yes, there was a reinstatement issued by the commission to Rocky Mountain.
Okay. Now, in your testimony at page 5, you say that there are 84 certified ambulance carriers in the state of New Mexico, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So potentially all 84 of those ambulance services might be impacted by the issuance of a statewide certification, correct?
Potentially, yeah, one could say they may be impacted.
Okay. Has the commission been provided in Helios's application with any analysis with regard to these 84 ambulance services that are currently certified?
No analysis has been done, if that's the question. On behalf of staff.
Okay. You say one ambulance service with statewide authority is operating under temporary authority. What do you mean temporary authority?
Well, there's a current case before the commission. It's referred to as a reissuance of a certificate. And before the previous certificate expired, we issued a temporary authority to allow that company to continue operating until the reissuance case is resolved.
Okay. You on page 5 of your testimony, starting at line 11, going through line 17. If you just take a quick look at that.
Yeah, this is the same section that you were just
right. At the end of it, you say C section 65-2A-13-C2. You see that?
Yes, I do. Line 16.
Okay. 17. Is that citation to section 65-2A-13C2 intended to apply to the entirety of that particular paragraph?
I guess the best response to that question is that it's being referenced for the readers and parties to refer to that section in statute.
Okay, that section of the statute, C2, pertains to a protesting carrier's burden of proof, correct?
I would have to go to the statute. There's quite a bit of statute to be familiar with. And so I always like to refer back to it to be sure.
Well,
The
if you
title is called Protests, Objections, and Hearings. And so I felt like it was appropriate to reference the statute since this application is being protested.
Okay, well, I'm interested in why you felt it was appropriate to reference subsection C2 and not make reference to subsection C1, which provides what the applicant's burden of proof is. In other words, why did you leave section C1 out?
I don't know why.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla, and thank you, Mr. Montoya. Let's see who's next. Mr. Bartel, are you ready to examine Mr. Montoya or choose to?
I am, thank you. Mr. Montoya, I will take up where Mr. Padilla just left off. With respect to your recommendation that the statewide authority that is sought be granted, you are not able to articulate what Helios's plans for operation would be in any county outside of Santa Fe, can you?
No, I wouldn't be able to do that right now.
And so if we don't know what Helios would do outside of Santa Fe County, there's really no objective factual basis for your recommendation that statewide authority be granted. Isn't that right?
Mr. Bartel, before I continue, I don't know that I'm making a recommendation. At this point, unless you reading my testimony that it is, if you could refer me to that location, I would like to review it.
Well, if we go to page 5,
okay.
Top of the page, the question is, quote, does staff recommend granting a certificate to applicant? And as I understand your answer, you are saying that the protesting parties have failed to dissuade you that the application should not be granted. Is that a fair reading of what your testimony is?
I think I heard you say that my recommendation is to not be granted.
No, I'm saying, isn't it true that your recommendation is that this application should be granted because the protesting parties haven't brought enough evidence to dissuade you from that belief?
At the time of the filing of this testimony, I would say that there wasn't sufficient information that would prevent staff from recommending approval.
All right. So my point is, as to the statewide aspect, setting aside Santa Fe County for the moment, you would agree that Helios hasn't made a showing as to what it would plan to do such that a protesting intervener such as Albuquerque Ambulance Service could show what adverse impact that those operations might have on it. Isn't that right?
Based on my application review, I didn't look into that matter. I don't know if Helios has provided the parties in other documents information that would respond to that, but for me, I haven't looked at the adverse effect to other carriers throughout the state of New Mexico.
Well, but my question, Mr. Montoya, isn't it logical that if if you're going to look at what the protesting parties have not brought forward, that there should be something in the record provided by Helios to which they would be responding. I mean, it's not fair to say the protesting parties haven't shown how they would be adversely affected if Helios hasn't first shown what it intends to do, correct?
I don't know that I have a good answer to that question. I think the burden of proof is on an applicant, if that's what you're asking.
And that goes, I think, to some testimony that you gave in response to questioning by Mr. Maurer. I wanted to follow up on that. As I understand it, your staff's position is that statewide authority could be issued because your reading of section 65-2A-8F doesn't prohibit statewide authority. Is that correct?
Yeah, my testimony earlier was that it seems like a gray area, and one could interpret that to be restricted and one could interpret it to not actually have language that prohibits it.
Well, but wouldn't you agree that if we turn to section 65-2A-13C1, that the applicant would have the burden of showing that on a statewide basis, the existing ambulance authority is inadequate in order to justify issuance of statewide authority, correct?
This I object to. I think he's asking for a legal conclusion.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, this is the acting director of the Transportation Department whose direct testimony references the Motor Carrier Act. I'm simply asking him about another provision of that same Motor Carrier Act.
Well, you're asking about his interpretation of the Motor Carrier Act. Is that correct?
Yes, his understanding as the different provisions of the Motor Carrier Act correspond with each other.
Yeah, and I would imagine as a layperson, he might rely upon counsel, but I'm going to overrule the objection and allow him to answer as he feels appropriate. Mr. Montoya, you can answer the question.
If you could, please repeat the question.
So my question simply is this, is if we're talking about statewide authority, wouldn't you agree that under section 65-2A-13C1, it would be the applicant's burden to prove that on a statewide basis, there is inadequate ambulance service before that statewide authority could be issued?
And Mr. Bartel, I have the code right in front of me. I just reviewed the paragraph. The code is more general and doesn't make a distinction between statewide and not statewide. It just speaks of the burden of proof in the territory sought. So I understand how you can read that. The territory sought is statewide, but it doesn't differentiate between statewide and not statewide. So I think it's your question is, well, by nature leading, however, it's leading incorrectly because the actual the actual statute doesn't make a distinction between statewide. It just talks about territory sought. If I'm reading it incorrectly, I'd appreciate the education, but I just read it as we were speaking. That's how I read the statute.
Right. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think you're exactly right. My question to Mr. Montoya assumes that the territory sought is the entire state of New Mexico.
Well, your question didn't refer to the territory sought. It referred to statewide in New Mexico. So,
right.
We could split hairs all day long, but I would have preferred that the question be specific rather than more general as to the statute. The statute talks about territory sought and the burden of proof. So with that explanation of my reading of it, you're welcome to re-ask the question. If Mr. Montoya understood it despite what I've just explained, he's welcome to answer the question. Let me ask him, Mr. Montoya, the statute refers to the burden of proof that ambulance services currently exist in the territory sought. And Mr. Bartel is implying that the statute refers to statewide. It's a bit of conflict, bit of confusion to me. I could have misunderstood the question had I not had the statute right in front of me. The statute refers to territory sought, not specifically to statewide. Do you have any confusion about the statute?
I think I understand his question, and
Okay, you're welcome to answer,
the
please.
answer to it is yes, the statute reads that the applicant has the burden.
So in this instance, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Montoya, that Helios has brought no evidence to the attention of the commission that there's any inadequate ambulance service in any county other than Santa Fe County, correct?
That's going to be subject to the commission, not the Transportation Division Director and or staff.
Well, I'm just asking you whether or not you wouldn't agree that that's the state of the record in this case to this point.
I would be speculating, in my opinion, Mr. Bartel, because I haven't paid attention to the entire testimony because of other duties during day one. I've been working on other things. I think that it's going to be subject to the commission's opinion, not mine.
All right. Well, let's go back to your direct testimony at page 5. You're asked this question about whether staff is recommending, and the first sentence of your second sentence of your answer states, quote, "As I previously explained, staff believes that there is a real need for the service to be provided under the requested certificate," end quote. Do you see that?
I do.
So what is the basis of the belief that you have that there is a real need for statewide authority to be issued in this case?
Primarily just due to the daily interactions that we have with ambulance services generally throughout the entire state. Me personally has been involved in discussions with legislators about wanting to increase the number of the amount of funding available for ambulance services to expand into rural New Mexico. I personally have spoke with potential sponsors regarding that type of legislation because there's a desired need in rural New Mexico. Is the information that was shared with me. Staff from our Compliance and Investigations Bureau are constantly bringing concerns of safe, continuous, and adequate service throughout the state of New Mexico. I rely on those inspections and discussions that they perform as part of their daily duties to educate me on concerns and issues throughout the state.
All right, but you would agree that no legislator has supplied any information in this record for the commission's consideration on those points, correct?
No, they have not.
And no investigation reports by staff's investigators have been supplied to the commission in the record of this case on those points, correct?
To my knowledge, they have not.
And nothing that Helios has submitted addresses the need for instance, greater ambulance service in rural areas, does it?
Again, I think I'd have to go back and look at the entire record to answer that question.
Would it be fair to say that the need that Helios is pointing to assumes that Rocky Mountain EMS is not going to continue to operate out of Santa Fe County?
I don't know, Mr. Bartel. I don't know that.
Are you aware of any other grounds on which Helios's application could be granted other than the assumption that Rocky Mountain EMS is not going to continue?
I mean, I'm speculating Rocky Mountain is not going to continue. I don't know if they are or not. And so I'm not comfortable responding to that.
Exactly. I mean, that decision is yet to be made by the commission, isn't that
Right.
right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so it's possible that they will continue and that this need to fill Rocky Mountain's absence will never arise, correct?
Well, my testimony isn't directed against Rocky Mountain specifically and one individual ambulance service. This is a general service throughout the entire state of New Mexico. I didn't isolate Rocky Mountain comparing them to anybody else. That wouldn't be fair and appropriate in my opinion.
Mr. Montoya, let me ask you to take a look at your testimony on page 4. Let's see, beginning at line 16 through 20. There you're speaking about multiple open investigation and enforcement cases. It's true, is it not, that none of those open investigation and enforcement cases involve Albuquerque Ambulance Service?
That is correct.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Okay, I think you're the final interrogator, so I just have a few questions for Mr. Montoya that I wish would have been asked by counsel to clarify for me, but I'm just going to ask them myself. Mr. Montoya, you stated at the beginning of your testimony that you didn't need to make any changes to your direct testimony. That was your statement, correct?
That is correct.
And your testimony was prepared, well, the affirmation was October 27th, 2020. That's correct, right?
That is correct.
And prior to presentation of your direct testimony, you had not reviewed the direct testimony of the interveners. That's correct as well, correct?
That is correct.
Now I'm going to move to page 5. You indicate that the protesting parties have not presented sufficient information that would prevent staff from recommending approval of an application for a certificate to provide ambulance service throughout the state of New Mexico. How would the protesting parties have presented such information, such sufficient information to you other than the direct testimony?
The best response I have for that question, Mr. Hearing Examiner, would be in their protest filing alone. Most of them, which is similar to any case, are general. And for the most part, it was more on a protesting due to a competitive reason, with the exception of maybe Albuquerque Ambulance Service went into a little bit more detail on their protest. But generally speaking, the protests are very minor, small information that's submitted for that reason.
Okay, so you rely upon the proffering of evidence and the protest, the motions to intervene.
Right, the reasons for the protesting. Right. The position of protesting.
They have presented additional and further information in each of the direct testimony, which becomes evidence rather than an averment in a motion to intervene. Have you read the direct testimony of the witnesses?
Yes, I have read the direct testimony. I'd have to refer back to them to answer any questions specifically.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm clear that despite reading the direct testimony, you still believe that they have not presented sufficient information that would prevent staff from recommending approval. Is that correct?
My position today, based on what I've heard and what I've read, is that statewide authorities should be revisited. You know, there's been a lot of information shared from all parties, and is that actually necessary statewide, or do we want to get into specific counties like most of the 84 certificated ambulance carriers? That's would be my appropriate response to that question.
Okay, in your testimony, you refer to recommending approval of the application. Of course, the application was for statewide. Do you have any distinction between the application for local versus statewide service? Do you have any distinction regarding your recommendation regarding statewide versus local?
I guess the only distinction that I'd like to make is that, and in response to that question, is that, you know, we've received a lot less concerns and issues in southern New Mexico compared to northern New Mexico. There continues to be very frequent complaints and concerns raised from hospitals in northern New Mexico. There continues to be concern of continuous and adequate service. You know, one could argue that they continue to provide a safe service, but lack continuous and possibly even adequate service. So all three of those components is something that the Compliance and Investigations Bureau continues to look at along with myself. And so that would be my only distinction, I guess, as far as trying to weigh out where the actual need is tomorrow or yesterday, is that we don't receive as many complaints in southern New Mexico, with the exception of a couple, than what we do northern New Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. The reason I ask is because the question was, does staff recommend granting a certificate to the applicant? That's relatively vague. That's not asking a certificate for local, not northern New Mexico, not statewide, not southern New Mexico. And your response is somewhat equally vague. Your response is, at the same time, the protesting parties have not presented sufficient evidence that would prevent staff from recommending approval of an application for a certificate to provide ambulance service throughout the state of New Mexico, especially at the time. You haven't indicated whether or not they didn't satisfy a burden of persuasion, if you will, regarding southern New Mexico, northern New Mexico, or just locally. You just answered concerning service throughout the state of New Mexico. Did you mean to include all the localities within the state of New Mexico when you stated that the protesting parties didn't provide sufficient information that would prevent staff from recommending approval of an application for certificate to provide ambulance service throughout the state of New Mexico? In other words, throughout, does that include local?
Yes, and you know, based on the information that I had available to me in preparing this direct testimony back in October, that is true and accurate.
Okay, thank you. I was a bit unclear, at least I could have interpreted it a few different ways, and now I understand a little better. Okay, since I have asked that question, I'm going to allow counsel to ask questions within the scope of my examination. How about if we go backwards this time? Mr. Borman, do you have any questions in light of my questioning of Mr. Montoya?
I don't have any questions for in response to yours. I do have some redirect questions I would follow up with.
Well, we don't have friendly redirect, but if it's redirect within the scope of the cross-examination as to something which could be misinterpreted, I'd allow that type of question. Let me go through the rest of counsel and see if they have any questions as a result of my questioning of Mr. Montoya. Mr. Marks, do you have any within the scope of my examination?
Well, it's within the scope of your examination. And as I understand the testimony on page 4, Mr. Montoya, staff has determined that there's an ongoing need for statewide, for more ambulance services statewide based on all those indicia that you mentioned, your communications with hospitals, complaints, the work of your staff, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you think there would be a benefit I mean, do you think there would be a benefit to the public in New Mexico if there was an additional service that could respond to some or all those needs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Mr. Maurer, you have any questions?
Yes, sir, just one. Mr. Montoya, as I understood your response to the hearing officer, the comment concerning not enough evidence to stop the statewide granting of a authority was based upon what you knew in October of 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Subsequent to that, isn't it true you now have much more information available for you to evaluate this case?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Let's go to Mr. Padilla. You have any questions within the scope of the limited questions I asked of Mr. Montoya?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Ms. Maggiore, same question?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bartel.
Nothing further from me.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Now, Mr. Borman, you had some redirect you mentioned.
Yes.
As you know, we just have direct testimony presented in writing. So I presume that it relates to something that came up during cross-examination, correct?
That is correct. It's to clarify a few things too, that were asked and responded to in cross.
Okay, could you just wait a minute while I close my drapery here because I'm being blasted by the sun.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm back, but we might have lost Mr. Maurer. Are you there, Mr. Maurer?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. Oh, there you are. All right, Mr. Borman, you have some questions?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be very brief, and they all relate to the questions that were asked by Mr. Padilla. Mr. Montoya, I believe you were asked about communications that you may have had with the commission. Do you recall that from very early in Mr. Padilla's cross-examination?
Yes, I do.
Okay. The commission has rules regarding ex parte communications.
Yes, they do.
Okay, and you're familiar with those rules?
Yes, sir, I am.
And you follow those rules, do you not?
I do.
Okay. I think there were also questions, I believe they were asked by Mr. Padilla, about, or maybe these were by Ms. Maggiore, about documents, unsigned documents that might be received by the commission. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Now, under the pandemic, has the commission accepted documents with electronic signatures?
Yes, and I would extend that to say not only has the commission, but the state of New Mexico government services in general has accepted electronic signatures on almost everything these days.
And even affidavits that are submitted with testimony, for instance, are electronically signed, are they not?
Yes, I believe they have been, yes.
And then finally, does the commission have the authority to grant a variance of its rules to your knowledge?
Yes, they do, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the redirect questions I have.
Thank you, Mr. Borman. I don't expect that testimony would raise any further examination. Am I correct? Okay, Ms. Maggiore, you have something relevant to Mr. Borman's questioning, right? Unmute. Unmute, Ms. Maggiore. Can't hear you yet. There you go.
Okay. Mr. Montoya, Although the commission has the authority to grant waivers, are you aware of any waivers that have been granted with respect to this application?
I think the testimony was variance of rules, not waivers. So are you referring to variances of rules?
Variances of rules.
Thank you. Mr. Montoya, you can answer.
Thank you. No, to my knowledge, the commission has not issued any variances to the commission rules related to this case.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. I could take administrative notice that there is a order allowing certain filing procedures currently. I just take administrative notice of the change regarding electronic filing. I'm going to put that, I just put that on the record. I believe that completes the examination of Mr. Montoya. Is there anybody else that thinks we should continue with any further examination? No. Okay, Mr. Montoya, you are released. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Stay safe. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
Are there any other witnesses to be examined? I don't believe so.
No additional witnesses.
Thank you, Steph. And I think that completes the testimony. I believe we've admitted all the written direct testimony. All the witnesses who presented written direct testimony have submitted to cross-examination and examination. At this point, I think I can either accept oral or present the opportunity to have written summation. And what I really look for is relatively simple. A statement of what you believe was your burden of proof or burden of persuasion to rebut a burden of proof, and how you have either proved your burden of proof or how you have rebutted the party with the burden of proof. So that's the kind of information I look for in a summation. I like conciseness, and especially since this is being transcribed, I don't have any problem with oral summations. I'm going to ask counsel if they have any burning desire to do any summation in writing, and if so, I'm open to that. Let's start with Mr. Marks. Do you want to do an oral summation or none at all, or do you want to do a written closing argument?
Mr. Lennon, I was anticipating that this procedure will follow the regular order in a commission procedure, and we would you would give us a briefing schedule based on the hearing transcripts, and we would either submit proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law, or just a post-hearing brief. And I would have suggested that, given the size of this case, that we not have multiple rounds of briefing and maybe impose page limit, but given that that's the standard practice, that's what I'm prepared to do and would prefer to do rather than give an oral argument.
What I like is that we have everybody together, at least Zoom-wise, and we can agree to something since we're all together here. And I prefer to agree rather than to dictate upon you. I just found that everything runs smoother that way. Mr. Borman, do you have an opinion on how to proceed at this point?
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page as Mr. Marks. I mean, I guess maybe that's my background in the utility field, but generally we've set a briefing schedule at the close of the evidentiary hearing, and the parties have an opportunity to brief whatever issues that they believe are important, that they think the hearing examiner needs to make a decision on. And I also agree with him that I don't believe that multiple rounds would be helpful or necessary, but we're also prepared to do multiple rounds if that's what the parties and the hearing examiner propose.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Borman. And I've already disclosed what I think is important is a clear explanation of what you consider your burden of proof or burden of persuasion if you're in a defensive posture, and how you have proved sustained your burden of proof, or how you have rebutted the burden of proof sustained by the party with the burden. Let me ask Ms. Hoyman, when do you think we'll have the electronic transcript distributed?
With the holiday, I would say late next week.
Okay, let me pull up my calendar. Before I do anything further, let me ask the opinion of other counsel as well. Mr. Padilla, are you willing to proceed in the fashion described by Mr. Foreman and Mr. Marks?
I'm willing to proceed in writing, yes. I guess my question is, are we talking about briefing only, or findings of facts and conclusions of law only, or are we talking about both? And then, as the other gentlemen have stated, are we going to have responses to those? And I mean, we could go on indefinitely in this thing. If we start with the responses, we'd be in the next summer by the time you made a decision.
Well, I consider them proposed finding of facts, not finding of facts. And I take it from there. And I concur with you. I try to move things forward as quickly as possible. Mr. Bartel, you have an opinion?
No, I like oral argument, but
Okay.
I will defer to the crowd. I would like to keep this as simple as can be to meet the needs of the hearing examiner.
All righty. Mr. Maurer, do you have an opinion?
Either way, it's fine. Oral argument is fine, but I'll do brief, whatever you dictate.
Ms. Maggiore, opinion?
I'm with Mr. Bartel. I much prefer oral argument, but I will certainly defer to what your preference is.
Okay, you guys put the burden on my shoulders, and I tell you how I am. As you probably notice, I try to achieve some sort of concurrence between the parties. It makes it easy for me. I don't have to make a decision. And also, that was kind of a sly joke there. Also, it allows us to go forward in a more amicable way among opposing counsel. But we don't have a concurrence here. It was mentioned findings of facts, when they're submitted by the parties, I obviously consider them argument and proposed finding of facts, even though it's called a finding of facts. I also stated pretty clearly what I expect. I don't expect a multi-page dissertation with citations and referral to numerous citations to the transcript. What I really want to hear, and I'm going to proceed by having it in writing, what I want is a clear statement of what you believe is the burden of proof with a citation to the statute, to the regulation, and to any case law you claim that interprets the statute or regulation. And then I want an explanation of how your party has sustained that burden of proof. And if you believe that you're in a defensive posture to rebut the party who has the burden of proof, how you have rebutted the burden, and a citation to the evidence specifically, and a page number and a line number in the transcript. Now that sounds like a lot, but I think that can consist of only a few pages from each party. I'm expecting less than 10 pages from each party. Now, obviously we're not going to do it until we get back the transcript. Let's see. The end of next week would be the 20th, would be the earliest. No, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong week. End of next week would be the 4th, the earliest. So I should give you guys at least a couple weeks. I have another hearing that week. That shouldn't have any effect. How do you feel about the 18th there for everybody to submit theirs simultaneously? I close the business on the 18th. I'm looking for concurrence again rather than dictating. Ms. Maggiore, an opinion?
You're muted, Ms. Maggiore.
I've got a trial scheduled on January 4th. So my December is pretty much hosed at this point. I certainly would not want to cause any delay in the proceedings. That's part of why I was thinking we could just do oral closings today. But I'm going to be hard pressed with trial preparation for the whole month of December.
Well, that ship has already sailed. I kind of already said we're going to do it in writing. I think we should do that. Had I known you had this necessity to prep for trial for a couple weeks there, I might have considered it differently. Like I said, I like to move it forward. I like to give the applicant every. I don't like any unnecessary delay. But I understand the situation, and I'm completely sympathetic. Does anyone have any objection if we extend this? Well, even if you have your trial on the 4th, how long is your trial going to be, Ms. Maggiore?
About a week.
A week. It takes us into the 11th. You're probably going to need a day to recover on the 12th, and you can do this all on the 13th, right? Just kidding.
I hope so.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
I'd prefer that we get this done sooner rather than later. And certainly the transcript's not going to be available for a week, but a lot of what you've proposed is based on legal argument. It's based on what the pre-file testimony. What if we what if your papers were due either, I hate to say it, the 4th of December, but then, or maybe the following Monday, and that gives Ms. Maggiore virtually all of the month for her preparation, gives her a full month for her prep, and gets this thing going, and encourages us to be concise since we're giving ourselves 2 weeks.
You are singing my song, basically. Truly. Ms. Maggiore, like I said, I look for concurrence, and only if I don't have it do I dictate. So how do you feel about what Mr. Marks has suggested?
I also want to point out that I have another hearing before you on AMR's application.
The 14th through the 15th.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it.
As well as I do. Most of us do.
Most of us do, actually. Most of the same faces.
Like I just said, I don't feel comfortable forcing you to do, at least forcing 2 of the parties to do a closing argument without having the transcript in front of them. I do want to make it clear that I'm looking for just a relatively simple statement, suggested finding of facts, and suggested conclusion. So it should be relatively simple. And since we don't have recurrence, I'm going to ask that, well, since it's, the transcript would be available at the end of next week, which would be the 4th. I'm going to ask that by the 11th, I have something in my hand. Okay. You don't have to wait until the 11th to do it, Ms. Maggiore, or anybody else. You can start doing it as soon as you get the transcript. Basically, you guys can write what you believe is the burden of proof without the transcript in your hand. And then if you need citations to the transcript, you can put them together after you receive it on the 4th. Should be relatively simple. Any questions about that?
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Examiner, this is Ray Padilla.
Yes, sir.
If I'm understanding what you said, you want us to state as concisely as possible what we individually presented or what we believe we individually proved. And there were numerous times where I didn't ask questions because the other attorneys asked those questions. For example, with Mr. Priask, Mr. Maurer went into the financial stuff in a great deal of specificity. I went into another area. So I was anticipating that I would be preparing proposed findings and conclusions with regard to what I view as the entirety of the case. And I believe that's my obligation to my client, is to deal with the entirety of the case, not simply my client's position in the case.
I'm sorry if I wasn't clear. I want you to state how the burden, the evidence to sustain the burden of proof of the applicant has been rebutted by the interveners.
But
You
what
know,
if the applicant, what if the position of the interveners is that the applicant hasn't even made his case in the first place? Then we don't necessarily have anything to rebut.
there you go. That sounds easy.
Well, I wouldn't be comfortable just taking that position, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I mean, I'm comfortable taking the position that they haven't made their case, but I also think that for the record, at a minimum, I have an obligation to my client to set forth as completely as appropriate findings of fact and conclusions of law. And I'm not sure I can do so in just a short period of time and in a short number of pages.
Well, it gives you at least a week, Mr. Padilla. Is a week not adequate?
I'm not saying that a week doesn't allow it. I don't think I have anything during that week. But
You can start preparing and then just spend that week finding citations to the record if necessary.
well, I have a status conference, for example, on the 10th. I've got depositions on the 8th and the 9th.
Okay, you're
I've got
busy.
depositions the next week on the 17th and 18th. We've got the hearing before you on the 14th and potentially the 15th.
Right.
We got the holidays. I mean, it just goes on and on. Then I have a trial, and Mr. Borman has a trial for an entire week, the week of January the 3rd through January the 8th, that we both have to prepare for.
I get the point. We all have work to do. Sometimes I find that it's easier to do the work sooner rather than later because I've done 3 or 4 cases in the interim, and that's one reason to do them sooner rather than later. Mr. Marks, your client is the party most prejudiced by a delay. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree. And there's, there's 4 of them, and if they, surely the 4 of them working for 2 weeks can put forward whatever case they need to make.
Well, I hear you arguing against it because my next question, you might have presumed, was if you have no objection, I can push it all the way to the end of January.
First of all, we do have an objection. As I said, my client is a small company. They're carrying the cost of insurance, and they're going to have to carry a little bit more insurance costs now to fix up their Form E. But they're not working, and this is, the strategy in these cases historically have been to bleed applicants and stop competition just by making these proceedings so difficult for applicants to get through. And you recognize that, and you gave us, and the commission recognized that and gave us a quick setting.
Exactly.
And Mr. Padilla says, I have no case, so it shouldn't be, you shouldn't need more than a day to say that. I think I do have a case, but I respectfully request that you assign us to file a paper on the 11th, and if parties don't like, that's not the end of the briefing. There's a recommended decision, and if parties don't like what happens, they have another bite at the apple in January. I have a hearing that starts in January in the EP rate case that's 2.5 weeks. We all have other stuff, as you mentioned.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marks. Loud and clear. I hear you. You're making me work on this end. Is any
Mr.
other,
Herring, also, yeah,
Mr.
this-
Maurer, I thought you might have something to add.
Well, my suggestion is, since you've heard everybody's side, your thoughts, why don't you split the difference? I think you said the 11th of December.
Mhm.
Why don't you drive that out another week, right before the Christmas holidays? I don't think
That's
going to cause a major
what
problem.
Ms. Majori was opposed to.
And but everybody, it seems to fit everybody else. It gives them another week. Split the difference.
Ms. Majori, what's your problem with the 18th?
If that's what everybody wants to do, I'll do it. But my problem is trial preparation. And the hearing that I have before you, or which the rest of us have as well, is right before that. So it just doesn't, time-wise, doesn't seem to work.
Okay.
We'll make it work. We'll make the 11th work if
I've got
necessary.
deposition on the 18th. We've got a hearing in the AMR matter on the 14th and 15th. I have depositions on the 17th and 18th, so that gives me 1 day that week. So that would, I guess, give me a weekend and an extra day, which I would definitely appreciate, the 18th over the 11th. But again,
Okay.
I've got conflicts as well.
All right, today's the 24th of November. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 24 days before writing would be due. I understand we all have obligations, but I think that during that 24 days, we can all find a day or two to work on this. I understand that the transcript wouldn't be in until the 4th. However, you can start preparing this without citations to the transcript on the 4th. And like I say, I'm not looking for an appellate brief. I'm looking for a statement of what you believe was the burden of proof, whether how you proved it or how the other side didn't prove it. Period. That's it. If you want to structure it as a finding of facts, proposed finding of facts and conclusion of laws, that's fine. There you go. We're going to have it due on this December 18th. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right. There will not be any writing because everybody is present and everybody has heard me announce it. And I believe the stenographer has even transcribed that the proposed finding of facts, proposed finding of facts and conclusion of the law is due on December 18th. Thank you. Have we concluded for the day? Miss Hoyman. Yes.
I just wanted to mention the fact that I turn it in on the 4th does not necessarily mean that the PRC. The first volume I can have quickly, within a day.
Okay.
But the second volume, if I turn it in, on the 4th, it doesn't mean the PRC will release it on the 4th.
Okay. Well, I would hop right on Anna to distribute it, actually. I really don't like a bifurcated transcript.
Okay.
I'll
put them both in at the same time.
Thank you. And on that day, I will ask Anna in advance to get it out on the 4th when it comes in. If you can do it prior to the 4th, that'd be great too. But if not, I understand. Are there any other issues or any other questions? And please don't re-argue this again. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have ready to adjourn this hearing. Okay, no comments. This hearing is now adjourned. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Aye.
Bye. Be safe. Have a good turkey.
Thanks, you too.
Everybody have a great
Thanksgiving, everyone.